You don't get the message that we're going to boycott Disney,
boycott McDonald's,
boycott Coca-Cola,
boycott.
In 2020, Israel spent $70 million so that you don't get the message that we're going to be covering in this video. If you haven't been living under a rock, you've most likely been told to boycott a bunch of companies because of their role in supporting Israel with the ongoing conflict right now. You probably heard the words BDS and are vaguely trying to follow it and are vaguely trying to understand what exactly it is, but you're not really sure. All you're sure is you really care about the Palestinians and you don't want to help the Israelis out. So today I want to inject in a bit of rigor into the discourse, and I'm going to cover exactly what Israel is doing to try and stop you and me supporting BDS and who it is giving that money to and why it is doing that. I'll also explain what the point of BDS is and what in fact would hurt Israel the most economically to create the pressure on it to comply with international law. And I'll end this video detailing a very practical guide on how you and me can actually implement BDS in an impactful way and in a moral and ethical way as well. Before we begin, folks, please do like and subscribe to this channel for maximum BDS effectiveness. Please also share this video with your friends and your family. BDS stands for Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions. It was most prominently championed by a Palestinian called Omar Barghouti, but has gained widespread support across the Muslim world and pro-Palestine activist groups. But there are actually many forms BDS can take, but the core concept is pretty simple. Owen Jones explained it really nicely in a video from 2 years ago.
It means boycott of an apartheid regime, from sport to culture. It means divestment, to get banks to local councils and other organisations to divest, withdraw investments from Israel. And it means sanctions, such as banning business with illegal settlements or the sale of arms to Israel.
The whole aim behind the BDS movement is to gradually ratchet up the pressure, boycott, divest and sanctions on Israel until it's left isolated for the illegal activities that it is doing, like other pariah states such as North Korea are left isolated because of their activities. Here's what Omar Barghouti explained to be the purpose of BDS.
Sanctions is the ultimate. That's why it's BDS. S comes at the end. It's no coincidence, because you need a lot of B and D to reach the S.
And boycotting doesn't just include economic boycotting. It also includes cultural and academic boycotting. So artists like Elvis Costello, Gil, Scott Heron, Lauryn Hill, Faithless, Mariana, U2, Bjork, Zakir Hussain, Jean-Luc Godard, Snoop Dogg, Cat Power, Vanessa Paradise have all refused at some point or cancelled Israeli gigs. Stephen Hawking, the very famous physicist, also boycotted an Israeli conference back in 2013 because of his perspectives on the Israeli government's actions at that time. The goals of the BDS movement are very simple: to boycott, divest and sanction Israel until it complies with international law and the universal principles of human rights. The goal is not just to economically weaken Israel and to use it as some kind of punishment for its actions. It's actually to fundamentally weaken Israel's status as just another state on the international scene. When people do BDS, we want to show the international community that Israel is doing things that make it a pariah state. Why is this rebrand so important? Because you see, the world only changes something once it has acknowledged it as evil. Female circumcision doesn't sound too scary, but female genital mutilation does. And when this practice had that rebrand, it quickly got banned. To answer this question, let's just examine how much Israel is spending to stop BDS. In the USA today, 35 states out of the 50 have passed anti-BDS laws. That's 70% of all of the USA. The Israel lobby, which is one of the most powerful lobbies in the USA, has worked incredibly hard to make this happen. In 2020 alone, they spent $70 million primarily in Democratic races. And I ask you the simple question, why would they do this if this was not important to Israel? Mondoweiss, which is a progressive Jewish publication, shares the sordid details. It says that if we look into the details, the top largest Zionist groups collectively hold more than $500 million in assets, which dwarfs the $4 million or so that the pro-Palestine groups have and the $6 million that the liberal Zionist organizations have. The smallest of the pro-Israel lobby has $1.6 million in assets, which is more than the AJP and the American Muslims for Palestine group combined. Mondoweiss also share that the Israel lobby is very specifically focused on the Democratic Party, and the reason why is because the Democrats support the BDS movement at a ratio of nearly 3 to 1, and that they want to nip in the bud. That's why on November the 22nd, earlier this month, Hill Harper, the US politician, was offered $20 million in funding to run against Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, by one of AIPAC's biggest donors.
AIPAC stands for the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, which is a grassroots organization with 3 million members, all dedicated to lobbying towards strengthening US-Israel relations.
Thanks, Khizr. And this also applies to the UK too. Here, 80% of the Conservative Party, the government, are members of the Conservative Friends of Israel, which is a lobby group that advocates for Israeli interests. And Peter Orban also reported that MPs are systematically given donations when they are pro-Israel to their campaign, and their careers are facilitated. And I personally have had conversations off the record with MPs who say that certain MPs will literally join the Conservative Friends of Israel or the Labour Friends of Israel, not because they necessarily care deeply about the topic, but because they know that this group is one of the most effective lobby groups for their career. And this is not a uniquely conservative thing. Tony Blair had in total 15 million of funding that was raised by Michael Levy, who was a very pro-Israeli supporter of the Labour government at that time. And today Keir Starmer has had 5 million contributed by Gary Lubner, who is widely reported to be a staunchly pro-Israel businessman, and Middle East Monitor has actually reported alleged links with his family to benefiting and profiting from the South African apartheid, though Gary Lubner does deny these accusations. All of this is leading the Tory government to introduce a new bill in Parliament, which, by the way, Labour abstained from voting on, to introduce a BDS ban on public bodies, just like in the USA. The Israel lobby do this because they need to maintain Israel's position as a normal state, not a pariah state. And as soon as that mask slips, it's all over, not just because the American aid and trade starts drying up, but even more horrifically, Jews in the USA and the UK will start seeing through the indoctrination that they go on through campaigns like Birthright, that they are sent on to Israel, and they will start to turn against Israel, and they will say, no, we don't want you to do this stuff in my name. And that undermines the entire basis of Israel. Indeed, this is why Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has stated very explicitly tackling BDS is one of the top 3 priorities for Israel, alongside dealing with Iranian nuclear weapons and along with dealing with Hamas rockets. BDS is one of the 3 on that list. That is how terrified Israel is of BDS. I don't think I actually need to argue any further on this point. If the Israel lobby are so upset about BDS, it clearly shows it is hurting Israel at some level, and we should continue because we want to create pressure on Israel. But the question now is, what kind of BDS should we adopt? You see, there are 3 basic approaches taken to economically boycotting or sanctioning Israel. The first is the light approach, and it is the approach adopted by people like Noam Chomsky and Norman Finkelstein. Both are Jewish, but also long-term friends of the Palestinian cause, so I think it is worth understanding their perspective, even if many of us instinctively might actually disagree. Listen to this.
They're principled, they're correct. Methodist Church just joined in the other day.
So settlement products and other such things.
The settlements and the occupation are illegal acts.
Agreed.
Okay, and they're brutal, harsh, illegal, violate Security Council orders.
Yes.
So, and actions taken against
that
them.
you support?
That is perfectly legitimate.
What Chomsky and Finkelstein are basically saying is that Israel is a recognized state under international law, and therefore, if we are upholding international law and saying Israel should uphold international law, we should boycott things where Israel is actively contravening international law, as opposed to boycotting Israel at large. Because, as Chomsky says, you might as well boycott any country at that point. Next, we have the medium approach. These people would argue that you should boycott all Israeli companies on the basis that every such company pays taxes to Israel, and we don't want Israel to have that money because it uses those to kill Palestinians. And there are moral challenges even with this argument, because there might be some Arab Israeli companies that pay taxes, businesses that are boycotted as a result of this. Or there might be companies that are really pro-Palestinian within Israel as well. After all, don't forget, B'Tselem and other human rights organizations are actually based in Israel and are the most vocal critics of the Israeli state. So if we are going to boycott companies on the basis of where their taxes are paid, we could actually think, hang on, the US actually is a big supporter of Israel, so we should boycott all US companies as well. So suddenly it becomes a bit inconsistent to just target Israel. Then finally you have the expansive approach. These boycotters go even further and they say, look, boycott all international companies that have been supportive of the Israeli government in any way, shape or form, regardless of whether or not they operate in Israel or not. So my personal view is that the Chomsky approach to boycotting and sanctions does make sense because it is principled, and it is really important to be principled. And I do think that we can go further on a principled basis, and we must have a principled basis, because otherwise this campaign becomes less morally legitimate than we would otherwise like it to be. And this is really important because the end position of where we're ending up is going to be sanctions. And sanctions, the reality is, it's not going to be me who implements sanctions or you who implements sanctions. It's going to be someone like Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak. And so that's why having a rigorous and principled approach to our actions is going to be the thing that convinces those kind of people to take the steps that we need them to take. And the other side to not having a principled approach is that you can end up just not boycotting anything because you're not really sure why you're doing it in the first place. So what would I do? I would absolutely boycott all companies who operate in the occupied territories. Of course, that's a must. But I would then also subjectively look at Israeli companies and international companies and boycott those of those companies that are being particularly egregious in their support of Israel's illegal activities. So for example, it has been widely reported that Intel and HP provide the chips for the Palestinian ID cards that are being used to keep track of them and enforce the apartheid that has been enforced on them. Or CAT, which provides bulldozers to the Israelis to demolish Palestinian homes. So we should definitely consider these sort of things when deciding which companies are deserving of our moral censure. So effectively, my approach would be to combine all three of the light, medium and expansive approaches. Definitely occupied territories, some international companies and some Israeli companies. And to be abundantly clear, the breach of international law does the moral heavy lifting in the cases of all the boycotts of companies operating in the West Bank and the occupied territories, and the direct and persistent link with crimes or immoralities being committed by other companies, such as the ones that I've mentioned, does the ethical heavy lifting in why we are boycotting those companies in those cases. Alhamdulillah, I'm very pleased to see that many of the campaigns and websites and links that are floating around today are actually broadly adopting the approach that I have outlined. More on these and what you can practically do later on. And folks who are still watching this and benefiting, please do like and subscribe if you haven't done, and share this with a friend right now. The South African case is probably one of the most vivid examples of a successful boycott campaign. It was called as early as the 1950s by indigenous South Africans, and then it picked up steam in the 60s when the UN passed an arms embargo, and then further picked up steam in 1973 when the OPEC oil countries implemented an oil embargo on the state, and then finally in the 1980s the West implemented some limited but multilateral sanctions. In a detailed article assessing the impact of the sanctions in the eventual downfall of the apartheid regime, Philip Levy of Yale University examines this point, and interestingly he says that actually the South African government, because of political and economic turmoil in that period before the multilateral sanctions were implemented, there was a number of lenders to the South African country like Chase Manhattan Bank which said that we are not going to renew any short-term loans to this country, and that then sparked off a liquidity crisis as other lenders also followed suit. So Levy is emphasizing the financial crisis caused by these lenders pulling their money out of South Africa as possibly an even more important cause, all of which was caused by the economics and political unrest, which in turn was almost certainly influenced and exacerbated by the global sanctions movement. And fascinatingly, we are seeing echoes of that right now with Israel, though of course it is a much more financially robust country and it gets far more aid from the USA. So during October, Israel quietly and urgently raised $6 billion in debt, and it did it on a much more expensive basis than it would do otherwise, and it did so privately. Why did it do this? Well, it did this because today Israeli debt comes with too much ESG risk, which is code for large corporates and other financial institutions not wanting to touch a country where there is potentially too much blood on its hands. So the South African story arguably shows us that there was some limited economic impact. More importantly, this sanctions movement created the psychological impact on the South African regime itself and also the world as a whole that ultimately led to the things that ended apartheid. So what of the Palestinian boycott? Well, the history of the Palestinian BDS are actually decades old, and it has had success from the very start. Mubarak Awad was a non-violent Palestinian resistor. He caused $1.4 billion in losses to Israel through civil disobedience, completely non-violent, and boycotting until he caused so much damage that he got deported from Israel. In recent years, we've also had welcome wins. After a concerted campaign against Israeli dates, grown on illegal settlements, and exploiting Palestinian labor at really cheap prices, the total Israeli date exports to the USA went from 10.7 million tons in 2015 down to 3.1 million in 2018. And the wins keep on coming, from divesting to boycotting, exiting the Israeli market as a whole after being strongly criticized. Here are a few examples. You've got Oliver Cookson, who's a former founder of MyProtein. He decided by himself that he's going to divest his entire portfolio from Israeli businesses, and it's a portfolio of 500 million, and he has been joined by a number of other family offices who are doing the same thing. And then you have The Guardian reports that due to campaigns against companies like Veolia, Orange, G4S, CRH, they've actually now pulled out of Israel because of these boycott campaigns. And similarly, you have major pension funds such as PGGM and the United Methodist Church and the Presbyterian Church, and even Norway's largest private pension fund, have all divested from companies profiting from Israel's occupation. And in the UK, you've got the co-op as well. Good on the co-op. So the answer is BDS is having a significant impact, exactly where it is supposed to, casting Israel as the pariah state in the international community that it is, along with North Korea and others of that ilk. But let's also be strategic for a second. Let's isolate and analyze just purely the economic situation. We want to stop the Israeli government's illegal actions in Gaza and the West Bank. And for that, we want to reduce their tax receipts every year, as that is what pays for the military and for the soldiers. That means we boycott companies who contribute to Israel's economy and tax receipts. Okay, so what are the big chunks of the Israel economy? I have to tell you that the data on this is very sparse, and I have a suspicion it is sparse because the Israelis are scared of the BDS movement, and for people like me who are going to do the research and tell you guys where to go after them. But regardless of that, this is what the data we found. We've got the diamond trade, which amounts to 23.2% of all exports out of Israel. Then we've got the tech sector, which Israel has the second largest number of startups after the USA globally. And we've got the financial and investment sector, which manages over $10 billion today in just the VC category. And then we've got the massive US aid given over a period of many years, amounting to over 124 billion. And then we've got the defense industry that accounts for 10% of all global defense exports. And the reality is that most of this we can't touch, because you see, most of the foreign direct investment coming into Israel and the bulk of the trade relations that Israel has are not with Muslim countries. And the primary economic partners to Israel are the USA, the UK and Europe, with the US being by far the biggest of those partners. These are not obviously Muslims or necessarily pro-Palestinians who are on the other side of these transactions. So boycotting alone with us on this side and not actually transacting with Israel is not going to work. Side point, this actually might be a weird benefit of the Saudi-Israel normalization, because once that trade line is set up, both countries have something to lose. In which case, if Saudi was to boycott or even put pressure on Israel at that point, then that would have a very material impact, which it wouldn't do right now. But that is not a comment on Saudi normalization as a whole. It's just to point out that it has a material material impact on the success of BDS if it does go ahead. Ultimately, sanctions are the holy grail because that will affect Israel the most, just like it did with apartheid South Africa. Because when America divorces from Israel, that is a country that it relies on so heavily for economic, military, political, and moral backup. That's basically when Israel will fall in line with international law. So the goal must be to take steps to get us to that point. Stage 1 is boycotting, as we've discussed, as that is in our control. Stage 2 is campaigning for endowments, pension funds, local governments, and others to divest from the same companies that we've been boycotting. These funds will only do this once they've seen a bit of a groundswell behind this. Stage 3 is the hardest, and that's getting these governments, particularly the UK, the USA, to change its foreign policy and its approach with respect to Israel. And this will only happen after stage 1 and stage 2 have really increased the groundswell. This means, folks, that if we are embarking on boycotting, we must realize that it is not the end goal. It is a means to the end. And if we don't do two very important things, it will only have 10% of the effect that we actually wanted to do. And these two important things are, first, we must actually tell the company we are boycotting why we are boycotting them. Otherwise, they won't have the public pressure on them to change what they're doing. They'll just be looking at their numbers and thinking, hang on, well, it seems to be going down in value, but we don't really understand why. Tell them. Second, we must not stop at just boycotting. We must then start putting pressure on all of the funds who manage our money to divest from companies we find repugnant. We need to go from boycott to divestment. We need to start that motion off. Look, BDS is not illegal. No one stops you and me from deciding who we spend our money on or what goods we buy. There are certain countries that the Israel lobby has influenced, such as the USA, where they will only give government contracts out to companies who agree that they are not engaging in BDS. But frankly, even that is more symbolic than easily enforceable law. BDS is not immoral or racist when it is done to put pressure on a country that is committing war crimes and breaches of international law. We are not taking these actions because the state happens to be a Jewish majority country. We are doing it because of the actions alone. What would be immoral and racist is if we decide that any Jewish shop in the UK or globally, we will not frequent it because we figure that they must be supporting Israel. That would be racist, and we mustn't do that. There needs to be very clear evidence for support of illegality by any company that we actually boycott. This is really important. And this is vital for the reason I mentioned previously, which is that because Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer and people of that ilk, ultimately the people that we're going to have to convince to get the sanctions, whether we like it or not. Interestingly, boycotting is an activity of political pressure that the pro-Israeli communities have been very used to over many years. In a BDS article in The Guardian, Sharon Bruce, who's a leading progressive rabbi, says that she's not supportive of the BDS movement, but she does say that boycott is a tool that we in the Jewish community often use, and it is non-violent as well. And someone else says later on, Moin Rabbani, who's from the Institute of Palestinian Studies, says that look, all these years we've heard from Israel and its supporters, where is the Palestinian Gandhi? Where is the non-violent protester? And then when they're facing a completely non-violent BDS movement, they say, oh, we can't support that. And we only have to look at the pressure that has been put on Elon Musk. I understand, because the Israel lobby is very upset about pro-Palestinian content on its platform. It is very happy to boycott X and get companies such as Disney and IBM and Apple to get behind it and also boycott the X platform. So interestingly, this is a tool used by the Israel lobby when it suits its purposes. Right, folks, I know some of this video has been pretty heavy. Thank you for bearing with me. I promise you this section is going to be much more straightforward. The very first thing you need to do is a personal assessment of your own expenditure. What are the big companies you can and should leave? I would use two sources for this. One is boycott.thewitness.news, and the second is bdsmovement.net. Both of these websites are linked in the description below. I like these sources because they give their reasoning. They also pull from authentic sources such as the UN report that named and shamed the companies that operate in occupied territories, and they are part of a wider accepted and authentic collective group of many Palestinian organizations. This will likely give you a short list of around 10 companies that you regularly use and you now know that you need to transition away from. So for example, example, when I looked down the list, I cancelled my Disney subscription and I went with Netflix instead. Second, particularly focus your efforts on banks and funds and investment companies on this list, because these organizations are the conduits of money, and therefore their impact magnifies the harm that is possible. And we know the South African story that I mentioned.
Heck yeah.
What's up? Frank and Pandy, what's up? Red Falcon, first time type first. Only Sands. Kevin McCarthy is resigning. And also Nero Riot, what's up? Hey, buddy, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, and most importantly, thanks for being a friend. You know? Because we all need a friend sometimes. Whoa, Robbo Gaming. They subscribed to Tier 1. They've been subscribed for 10 months and on a 9-month streak. What's good, bozos? What's good, Robbo? Dude, thank you so much. You're one of the most treasured members of the community. You've been here what feels like the entire time, and I couldn't imagine chat without you. So much appreciated for your continued support. What are they doing? What is it even doing? What are you talking about, by the way? How it looks, or on the OBS? Okay, I see. Oh, we're on YouTube, aren't we? Let me pull that up. I like having a grip on that.
A firm grip on that.
Nice hard squeeze on that.
Yeah, brother.
Oh shit. I fell asleep in stream yesterday and woke up, the stream was going, but Pat was gone. Yeah. Yeah, you know, new streamer problems, you know. Dave, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate seeing you. Appreciate the dabbing. There we go. You're perfect and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Wilco, you were telling me otherwise last night. Yeah. But thank you. Thank you very much. Is there a link to this video? Nope. What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing today? David, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Everyone before and after. What's up? How is everyone? How is the squad feeling? Is that a different video? Oh, I see. Still got 4 more hours of work halfway through the day. Well, at least, you know, that's when the day starts getting easier. You know what I mean? When you go over the hump, you know, you're not going uphill anymore. Now you're going downhill. Yeah.
Oh.
Go grab the food. Go grab the food. Me and Grom will hold it down over here. Yeah, it's better on the second half, and thankfully I got you guys in chat to make it nicer to work. Oh, that is just so adorable. We're very happy that we could furnish the second half of your work stream with a little bit of camaraderie and maybe some entertainment and laughs as well. So we'll do our best to supply those demands.
Heck yeah.
That's supply and demand, John Grom. That's that's how capitalism works.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
What did Karl Marx say about that?
Karl Marx said about that.
My vaccine arm is sore. This is the worst anyone has ever suffered in the history of humanity, I'd imagine. Yeah, I mean it does hurt. It is quite a potent soreness after you get that vaccine. Let me tell you.
Wow, getting that woke vaccine.
Yeah, the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're becoming one with the vaccine. You're being conditioned. Yeah, this is exactly how Bill Gates drew it up, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that guy, that Bill Gates guy.
I don't trust him. Both, dude. They're one and the same. They're one and the same faceless entity. They're two marionettes of the same faceless entity of the deep state. Right? They.
Yeah. Do you know who my so now that Kissinger's gone, do you know who my girlfriend is waiting for to croak next?
Okay, hold on. Let me. Is it an American? Is it American?
No.
Not American. Okay. Are they French?
No.
Interesting. Are they Swedish? Is it you?
No. Yeah. Yeah, she's waiting for me. Okay.
Who is it?
Yeah, no.
Rupert,
No. It's not. It's not.
Is it Rupert Murdoch?
No.
Are they British?
No.
Yo, what the fuck? Who? Oh, are they Israeli?
No.
um, hmm. Let me think.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be the Serbian. It would be the Croatians, if anything.
Yeah. Or the Albanians, but no.
Milicevic, or what's the guy's name?
Milosevic. No.
That guy?
Yeah, I think he's dead.
I don't know. So is it someone from the Balkans?
No.
What the fuck is going on? Are they Turkish?
No.
Dude, I've named like almost every relevant geopolitical. Are they South Korean?
No. They are very relevant to the Balkans, but they're not from Balkans. And it's someone who a lot of people
They
dislike.
said they're not American.
But
This
it's
is-
not American.
This
It's
is
not
the most
American.
fucked up game of Guess Who that I've ever played in my entire life.
Yeah.
Are they Russian? Is it Putler?
No.
Uh,
It's like you're gonna be like, yeah, of course.
important in the Balkans. Were they relevant to the Balkans in the 90s, during the situation in the 90s?
Yeah, probably. But most
Probably?
likely. But I don't know anything specific, but most likely. No. No.
Why would it be? Why? No, it's not an
No.
American, dude. Have you never played Guess Who before? You ask clues, and through the process of elimination, use deductive reasoning to figure out who it is. Are they Latin American?
No.
Are they Eastern European?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So in Eastern Europe, are they German?
No.
Are they Polish?
No.
Are they Ukrainian?
No.
Dude, but they're not Balkan. So they're Eastern European, neither of those, and they're not Balkan.
Mhm.
Are they Greek?
No.
Dude, I'm like losing my. Are they from one of the Baltic countries?
No.
Dude, give me a map. Give me a map. Are they Hungarian?
Yeah, Hungarian.
A Hungarian individual. Who's Hungarian? Who the fuck is that? You make it sound like this is so fucking obvious, and now
It is. It's really fucking obvious.
it's a Hungarian national
Born in Hungary.
born in Hungary,
Mhm.
relevant to the Balkans,
Still alive, of course. Right.
still alive, of course, of course. List of Hungarian. Wait, can you go down real quick? Look at that YouTube. Look at that. Where's Magyar guy? Can you go down just a little? Is it Magyar guy? Look at that YouTube. Look at that Wikipedia. Go down. The wiki page. List of Hungarians.
Yeah. It's not on that list that was
How
there.
do you know it's not on the list? You've already looked at this fucking page?
No, the one that you just looked at before.
Somebody said Orban? Victor Orban?
No, not Orban.
What the fuck? Theodore Herzl's not alive. Soros? Is George Soros from Hungary?
Yes, it's Soros.
George fucking Soros. I didn't even guess that immediately. Yeah, and now
He's not very popular in the Balkans. He like throws a lot of money around in the Balkans.
it was
and, like,
actually
political
Neuro
shit.
Riot. It was actually Neuro Riot who I read them saying it in chat. We did
Yeah.
it. Yes. So, dude, they should make like some kind of like a AI powered Guess Who game where you can like program it like with like
They have that. Oh my god! Like, are you like, where have you been?
Grom.
Just
Johnny, did you know about this? Or did you know about this? Like, did you know about this Guess Who game? Why can't you answer? Pat is still in March of 2023.
It's like, yeah, fuck. What's it called?
What's it called? What's the name of it?
Akinator. Go to akinator.com.
Johnny, you didn't fucking know about it, dude. You have this terrible habit of saying you know about stuff, and then when I call you on it, you're like, I can't, I don't know it. I can't. You've made yourself look far worse. I don't understand why you can't just answer a simple question about an internet game. Why? It says you're muted. Multiple people have said you're muted.
Probably.
First of all, I need to figure out how the fuck the thing works.
Yeah, dude. You
Think. Well, wait. Press play, and then think of a person. Okay. You can say it out loud, right? Think of a person.
All right, go with George Soros.
George Soros, right? So answer the questions, right?
It says you're muted. It says volume, dude. Mutiny Johnny 1 volume, dude, exclamation point. That's what NeuroRide said. I hope you're happy. Johnny's like 5 times the volume compared to others.
All right. Characters? Is that what I'm selecting?
Select the next thematic. Yeah, characters. Does the character really exist? Yes.
Oh, so this is like a reverse. This is like a reverse.
Yeah.
First of all,
No.
different than what.
With other what? No.
YouTube.
Other YouTubers. Do they know that we're YouTubers? Does it know already?
Is the character more? Yes. More than 40 years old. Did the character die? No.
Not yet.
So this is different
No.
than what I was saying, first of all.
Well, I don't know, but like this is what it is. Your character is citizen of the United States. Yes.
Do they tell you at the end how many questions it took?
Well, yeah. Like, is your character a singer? No. Has Soros run for president?
I don't think so.
Like
No,
in
I
America,
can't, 'cause
no.
This game
no.
requires me to know a lot about the person that.
Well, yeah. So no, I mean, I assume they mean like, no. No.
What does linked mean? That's so.
No. Yeah.
yeah, he definitely owns the company.
No.
Linked with cars.
Well, they're trying to see if it's Elon Musk, essentially. That's what they're asking. Soros is
9
not
out of 10
bald,
times
right?
it's Elon Musk. Yeah, he's bald.
And now they're trying to like, is it fucking Bezos?
No, he's not bald. He's actually got like
Yeah.
a full head of hair.
Yeah, no.
Maybe I was just thinking about the skin around his eyelids.
Is he
I can't
associated with technology?
I don't
Because it's
know. Not
associated with
really.
technology. He's a hedge
Just
fund guy,
finance.
right? Like, he tried
Yeah,
to
so
short
no.
high economy.
Yeah, no. It's just finance.
Not like directly, not like Bill Gates is or something like that.
Yeah. No.
Fuck is Super Mecha champion?
I don't know. No. No.
Bro, what?
Is there a tab under Soros's Wikipedia about 2010 FIFA World Cup?
In 2010, when he was 86 years old.
Yeah.
He rigged the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, he won. Yeah.
Doesn't everybody wear a tie sometimes? Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
An X on their face?
No.
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't even know.
What person over 65 years of age has an
That's
X
a
on
real person.
I don't know.
Like, there's people with face tattoos, but over 65 and all the. I'm starting to question this thing that you brought to us, Grom. Go ahead, let's continue.
No.
I'm
I'm almost more interested to know what happens if I say yes.
No. You'll mislead it. You'll mislead it, and it'll guess wrong. Is it character politician? No.
But he like tries. He's like kind of.
Does Soros have glasses? I don't think so.
it
I don't think he's
obscure
known
those-
for-
Those, it would obscure those eyelid problems that he has that I'm always looking at.
The soft, puffy jowls he has under his eyes.
Yeah, they wouldn't be so apparent if he was wearing fucking glasses.
All right,
Yeah,
so we should say no, right?
Yeah.
Unless you count his skin glasses, his skin spectacles.
Oh, there you
Holy
go.
shit.
Holy shit. That's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive that it knew right from there. Yes, it is. How many did it take? Does it say how many times it's
Like 27 questions, I think.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
But
What?
You fucked up your.
hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
All right, sorry, I'm plugging my mic there in with all my enthusiasm. But I do want to point out that this is a bit different than a Guess Who game. So what I'm saying is that I can go and I can make what's effectively like a virtual Guess Who board, like the same kind of way with all the things up. I go and I pick a person, right, and it like some person of notoriety, right. And then it makes that and it fills it with like other like people like and shit like that. And then I can like present it to you guys so you guys can play like the Guess Who game, just like you did with George Soros.
I mean, Guess Who is one of those things where you don't need to like Silicon Valley it because we can literally play Guess Who by word of mouth right
More
now.
fun with little flappy objects. People like, you know what I mean? Like people enjoy that, Grom. Like you don't
Yeah, I
understand-
know, but
you
it's
don't understand
like
marketing. You don't understand marketing.
it's like It's like fucking Silicon Valley,
First
like
of all,
making solutions for something that's not needed.
both of you guys acted like I was fucking stupid because I. Oh yeah.
No, I
there's a
didn't.
great-
No, I didn't.
Johnny. Then why'd you refuse to answer the question?
Because you didn't know about the thing. I've already seen
It didn't
this.
exist. We've established that it didn't exist.
Okay,
You both tried to make it seem like, oh, Pat's so out of touch.
you're right.
Everybody knows about this. Everybody knows about this.
I mean, everybody knows about this. I'm
What's
not
up,
gonna lie.
Doc? Feel bad. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by.
Like this site has been around for so long. Like it's just everybody's been sitting
This isn't
bullshitting on this
what
at
I
some
was
point.
talking about, Grom.
Well, I mean, kind of is, you know.
No, it's not. It's like making a stone bag scissors or digital. What the fuck?
Rock, paper, scissors?
Scissors. Yeah, stone bag scissors. Is that a Stone Temple Pilots song or something?
I hope it is.
Someone made like this for like stone paper scissor, right? Like it's like it's a revenge story, right? Like I saw this thing where it was like, you know, the paper and the stone, they're hugging, right?
Yeah.
Then the scissor kills paper, right? And then stone gets revenge and kills scissor.
Very good. It's very good.
Wow.
It's a Mexican standoff. Yeah, it's like the end of Goodfellas, you know. Stop pointing that gun at my dad.
I haven't seen the movie. No, you're spoiling it for me.
You don't know. I didn't give away anything.
I mean, yeah, I assume there's a Mexican standoff in it
like,
now.
20 fucking years to figure this out.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna be sitting there. When's the Mexican standoff gonna happen? That I know it's gonna happen.
See, the fact that there occurs a Mexican standoff is not the problem. It's what happens in the Mexican standoff. So that's real.
Well, and I know that too. Someone's pointing a gun at someone's dad. So you know,
it doesn't matter. You don't know how it ends. Nobody gives a fuck that it happens. It's what happens in what is the result of it that only people care about.
I don't know. I feel like it ruined this whole experience for me.
Are they lying? I don't know. Maybe. To be fair, in Swedish, it is actually bag and not paper. Oh well, is that true?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Stan Pelsa sucks.
Render it toothless.
So
yeah, it's a bag.
I have to share this with you too because I was literally just about to like pull up like music or something just to have playing in the background.
Yeah.
Instead, in the recommended videos, I found this.
The Muslim cowboy.
And like I can't keep this to myself. Like I have to.
I gotta fucking let's hear about this. What's his former Texas Christian?
Shalom, y'all.
I have to share this. Like I can't keep this to myself. Like
Assalamu alaikum, y'all.
Like it's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, put it on. Let me see.
Yeah, it's good.
Howdy, everybody. Some of you might know me as the Muslim Cowboy, and I wanted to tell a little.
I don't know you at all, dog.
Story.
Yeah.
Like,
I know most of y'all know me. You know, the Muslim cowboy.
I bet it's for all the
You
worst
make that full
reasons.
screen?
Okay, I'm gonna make that stereotype right now.
I don't know why you just want to play it like thumbnail sized, but
sorry.
And this might be your first time seeing me, you might be asking, what is a cowboy doing as a Muslim? Moreover, what's a white guy, a white southerner, doing as a Muslim? Well, first of all, to kind of break this misconception is that Islam is not a brown religion. It's not for brown people. It's not for Arabs or Easterners. It's not foreign. But actually, God in the final revelation, the final testament sent to mankind said, and we did not send you, O Muhammad, except as a mercy to all of creation. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was not sent to the Arabs. He was sent to all of mankind. He was born amongst Arabs and he spoke Arabic, but his message was to be something that permeated the world and brought all of mankind out of the darkness.
What
language do they think Jesus Christ spoke?
American. He's Texan.
What language did Jesus Christ
Aramaic.
Aramaic, okay.
Was Arabic not in vogue in that area at the time of Christ?
I am not sure if Arabic was even like a
Didn't even exist.
thing yet. I don't think it was like a solidified language group. Possibly, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong on this. So
we're learning together, Johnny. It's okay to say when you don't know something because I don't know either, and that's okay.
Right. I don't think Aramaic is Proto-Arabic though.
The Arabic language.
I know that it's a Semitic language though.
It started like 100 years later, not far after.
Okay.
Not far after. Arabic, which first emerged in the northwest of the Arabian Peninsula, is a member of the Semitic family of languages, which also includes Hebrew and Aramaic.
Okay.
So it's part of the same like Semitic language family with
Right.
Hebrew and Aramaic. Whilst this paragraph has the word whilst in it, by the way, very early manifestations of Arabic date back as far as 8th century BCE. The language has been defined and refined over a considerable period of time. Okay.
Right.
So yeah, so like it was roughly around the same time if we're looking at this in like a deep time type of situation. I was just curious.
No. That I get it. I mean, it's kind of like when you start thinking about like, wait, Islam didn't start till like 600 years after the time of Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but let's get into the interesting things.
Also,
We
for the
need.
record, Christianity didn't start until like 100 years after Jesus Christ. by the
It's
way.
like 30-ish,
Oh my God,
60-ish.
we're such nerds. Okay,
What?
what I want to know, right? Like he's like, how does Texas Christian become a Muslim? I'm gonna place my bet. He married a Muslim woman. Okay, he met a Muslim woman.
I'm gonna go with prison.
Prison. Okay. All right. Chat.
No,
do we
I
have
don't
any?
think so.
I'm gonna start the poll. Do we have any other takers?
Are you?
Yeah.
What are you, Johnny? Are you just like spiritual revelation?
Yeah. I think it may. You know what? My answer is 9/11. So.
Yeah, he's so anti-government. It was like, fuck yeah.
So, all right, chat. Do we have any other? Okay, well, he has a Muslim friend. Okay, no cheating, by the way. So,
It's Muslim wife, like 100%. Like, come on.
and what was the third thing that? Prison.
White good old boy Texas cowboy just comes upon a Muslim wife and then converts. Do you think that's the logical way?
Yeah, of course.
You got 60 seconds.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on the Muslim wife theory. So
Make your vote heard. I want to hear it.
Like, she can't marry a Christian.
Dude,
you know
add
what I
a
mean?
fourth one for spiritual revelation. Like he could have just come upon
Okay,
it,
okay.
through like a spiritual journey. Like, and also polls with only 3 choices is ridiculous. There needs to be a four.
I don't even know
See,
how
now
to end the
Wilco
poll.
is really throwing us a curveball. In prison, married a desperate woman who's a former pen pal, which happens quite a bit.
Okay. All right.
This or sex tourism is Wilco's theory.
Yeah.
I can't start another poll and I can't end the poll early.
All right, whatever. Who cares? It doesn't fucking matter.
Of false worship and disbelief and atheism into the light of worshiping one God alone. So why did I become a Muslim? Well, growing up, I was born in the deep south, from Texas, as some of you might know, and I was very involved in a religious family. Religious family in Christianity means you go to church once a week. Not practicing like you would call practicing in Islam, but for us, that's practicing. And we did have a good social sphere amongst other practicing Christians. So there was a sense of community. Now, growing up, I was very devoted to my religion. I was very active and very involved. But it wasn't until some time later when I recognized that there was some pretty glaring issues with the book that my whole faith was based upon.
Get the fuck out of here.
Spiritual revelation, the only thing that we did not leave on there, but continue. Who knows? Maybe he still goes to prison.
No way. No shot.
He's gonna fucking say that, but then he has like you know.
I started to have, questions about this thing that everyone around me
I really
has
started parsing through this.
wholesale belief in as a historical document, right?
Chat, great. You did a great job, chat.
Yes, he was in prison for 9/11, and that's where he found. I can't finish that.
I started questioning things. And every time I questioned, just like many of the other people you say out there who have converted to Islam from Christianity, the questions were not adequately answered. And it wasn't that the people who I was asking were not adequate enough to answer them. These were highly trained theologians, priests, pastors, people who had spent 20, 30, 40 years giving their life to the cloth, as you call it. So why were the answers inadequate? Because
as you call
they
it.
don't sit right with what's called the human fitrah, the innate disposition of mankind, right? Whenever you ask somebody why something is a contradiction, and they just tell you, just have faith, just believe. How did you explain?
No, he only sans. You're kind of right. He literally galaxy brained himself into Islam. Like,
No, he's saying this 100%. Like he got introduced,
family.
like he's saying this, right? But like he met someone, right? And then he was like, "Oh yeah, no, like Islam is the way to go," right? And it's like, come on.
Can you imagine how horrified some of his family members were when he just like came out of the room and he's like, I don't know, I've been fucking thinking a lot and just certain things don't make sense. And it's like all roads point to Islamism. I just have to convert to Islam. It's
all
the only
roads
thing that-
point to Mecca, Mama.
Yeah,
all right.
I just don't understand what else. I can't reconcile any of this shit without Islam.
I'm just I still don't know if I'm seeing it, because like, you know, it's not like Jesus isn't in the Quran, right? It's not as if there isn't like some deep respect, right, for all of like, you know, the prophets before Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? Like it just doesn't, I don't know. Whatever.
Well, I've also went through a thing where I went, and I think it was actually on the guy. Who is the guy that debated Pierce Morgan recently? And he also debated the rabbi. You know, the very
shit.
rabbi.
Yeah.
Egyptian guy.
Yeah.
He's British, I believe. He speaks with a British accent. And he has before he got like real big doing this stuff, he did a lot of like street debates and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I watched him do a philosophical debate against an atheist. And his like reasoning, he had this like philosophically sound foundation to Islam that was like extremely
Bassem Youssef, yeah.
That was extremely convincing. That was like, you know, it made me think like, you know, they were talking about the unmoved mover fallacy or infinite regress fallacies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, this dude's like spitting right now.
Yeah.
So like maybe if I was this guy, you know what I mean? Like if I was like a devout Christian that wasn't satisfied with it and I came upon some of those videos, I was like, this is it. This is all I needed.
I mean, other than the fact that I'm not from Texas or from the South.
No, it's not Bassem Youssef. It's a different guy. It's a more heavy set individual.
Really? Okay. All right. So not Bassem Youssef. All right.
No.
I'm really not that much different from this guy.
Hey, me and this guy are actually a lot alike. Now that I think about it.
Well, I want to get to the point.
All right.
We're stretching out.
Well, it's a mystery. At the end of the day, things that don't make sense, they're not from God. One thing I learned early on is that, yes, I might not be able to understand the extent of God's power, his mercy. I can't fathom him fully, but I understand those qualities. Whenever it comes to something that's a quality of God that is not understandable, but rather is confusing, then we know that's not from God, because is God the author of confusion? I don't think so. And so whenever I started coming across a lot of these irreconcilable contradictions in the Bible, I knew that it wasn't the truth, but I didn't know where to look. So I started trying to find other congregations, other denominations in Christianity that were the truth. And so when I did that, it wasn't until about 2010 when I recognized that the ancient Unitarians, the followers of Arius, some of the Nestorians and the Ebionites, although some of them did have beliefs that I wouldn't agree with as a Muslim, they were the closest ones to the truth. Those who did not take Jesus as a divine being, but rather as a prophet and a messenger, someone who had a divine purpose, and he came with the will of God, and they were one in their mission, just like the prophet Muhammad was one in his mission with God, but they're not of the same.
The fact that he didn't follow that up with peace be upon him, I don't know, man. I'm starting to doubt the credentials here.
Yeah.
You're muted, Pat.
Do you think this was all just an elaborate ruse?
It's all an elaborate ruse. I mean, like, I don't know. I as I understand it, like the appropriate thing to do when speaking of the prophet, right, is to follow it with peace be upon him.
Well, maybe you should write him a little comment and let him
Yeah.
know he's not.
I will. You're a big old faker. You're a fraudster.
Substance, because God is not a substance. Rather, God has created all substances. Everything that is in the existence that we see in the universe, all of these things, all are created. They're all contingent. And they all require a necessary existence. And so Jesus, Muhammad, Moses, the Holy Spirit are all created things. And I recognize that. And so I knew there was only one God, but I didn't know what to do with it. And so I used to go to church. And it was actually pretty funny. Whenever everyone would put their hands up and say, "In Jesus' name we pray, Ameen," I would say, "In Allah's name, Ameen," because I knew the Aramaic that Jesus said the word Allah, which is almost identical. It's a cognate of the Arabic word Allah.
Oh, it'd almost make you think that, like, you know,
from the same roughly the same region of the world,
the same region of the world, and the same God, right? The one true God. That
metaphysical being that is being referred to in the Quran is the same that is being referred to in the Bible.
Right.
There's a lot of chuds in the United States that don't know that. They think Allah is some kind of separate metaphysical being that is like there's like an antagonism between a Christian God and Allah. When in reality, they are the exact same being. The only differentiation is that of prophets and who would be the son of God. Not that Muhammad is the son of God, because he is not. He is a mortal, right? Muhammad would be still a mortal person.
I think there's also like which son Abraham was going to sacrifice, but whatever. Go on.
Okay, yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, it's that the main distinction there is that Jesus was a prophet, and an important prophet at that, but he was not the son of God.
Right. Well, I mean, like that again, right? Like, I don't know. I still have to finish reading the Quran, you know, but the thing I have noticed is that, like,
you're telling this guy who's obviously read the Quran, you're telling him how he should be referring to the prophet Muhammad.
A joke.
I'm kidding.
I'm
making it all a joke.
I know, but what the fuck is it? But
this was not him, but he did have Riz for the Zoomers in the audience.
God damn it! The last chapter of the Quran really pops off. Thank you, OnlySans. I look forward to it. But what the fuck is it? God damn it! I forgot the point I was gonna make. Whatever.
Sorry.
And so I went on like this for some time until one day I had enough, and I knew that I had to change something in my life. And so I opened up my Bible like I was used to doing, and I went to Matthew, and I recognized right there where Jesus was asking for this cup to be taken away from him. When he was begging not to be going to the cross, what did he do? He fell on his face. He prostrated. And I remembered something my pastor said a couple weeks before, which at the time it was odd, but I didn't really think about it until this moment. And he had made a sermon about how we shouldn't be like them Muslims and putting our heads on the ground. He said, we're Christians. We put our knees on the ground and we ask like this. And when I read this verse, I'd read it before, but for the first time it hit me. I remember the pastor said, don't humiliate yourself and put your head on the ground. And I thought, Jesus, the one we follow, I don't worship him because I was no longer Trinitarian, but I said, Jesus, he's putting his head on the ground. Why are you saying that he humiliated himself? Don't we want to follow him? I came to a crossroads here. I knew I had a choice to make. Am I going to follow the pastor?
What's up, Dagadoon?
Jesus. It's the same thing with Paul.
We found the Muslim cowboy, and I had to share this with the community.
Yeah, Dagadoon, I really appreciate you reaching out. I saw your message in Subversive History in the sub chat Discord, and yeah, we got it handled. Luckily, Sam messaged me, and yeah. Luckily, I'm I'm a very wholesome boy. Luckily, I'm a very wholesome boy that doesn't do weird things at his computer, or immediately when I stop streaming, say a bunch of very inappropriate things. You know, luckily I don't engage in that type of behavior.
You're not like Grom, who just like, you know, walks around his apartment like Daffy Duck or Donald Duck.
I put both legs on the desk when I pull one off. You know what I mean? Naked, it's not a pleasant sight from
saying slurs while naked.
Yeah. Just airing everything out, you know.
Yeah, putting my feet on the edge of the table, you know, just really getting the leverage in, you know. It's not pretty, okay, but it's but it's what I do behind closed doors. Okay.
That's my life, you know. What I mean?
Yeah, that's my life.
It's what I do when I think that you're all gone.
Exactly. You all do weird shit that we're not privy to. You know,
You're probably all doing weird shit right now. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We all know
one
at least
of you are sitting there scratching your balls right now.
Right.
just
At
like for the
least
last 10 minutes.
At least one of you was done shitting like 5 minutes ago. You can wipe now and you can flush and walk away.
Pat pulls the ripcord and all the Hillary Clinton posters unfurl. Yeah, right when I like think I'm done the stream, I just go lay. I take out a Hillary Clinton wafu pillow. Is that what they're called?
Waifu.
Waifu pillow, and I lay there and I spoon it on there, and that's what was caught in the streaming that I forgot to turn off.
Now I know what to get you for Christmas.
Hillary Clinton waifu pillow.
Yeah, you're cuddling with the waifu pillow, right? But then your girlfriend's sitting on the other couch doing the voice for the pillow.
And that's what I require. You know what I mean? That's
yeah. It's like she can't be in sight, right? It has to like the illusion has to like it comes from the pillow, right?
Right.
There's a little microphone, and I have her.
Yeah.
Also, Neuro Riot, the have any of you received any of those scam emails where they claim to have recorded you wanking off and wants to blackmail you via crypto? I have literally responded to those, both email and text, saying in all caps, "Do it."
Do it, Howard.
Do it.
I'm gonna get those super predators. Oh fuck, babe! I'm gonna.
We came, we saw, he died. Oh, so you got my messages then.
Pokemon, go to the polls.
You either follow Jesus. Jesus called to worshiping the Father, the one God. Paul called to worshiping Jesus, to change in the law. And so I knew at this moment that I was going to follow Jesus. So I put my head on the ground and I had a dream. I had a vision. And God had wrote in my heart, clearer than anything, more certain than my own name, that there was only one God.
He was right. Galaxy brained himself straight into Islam. So
I literally don't believe it. Like there's a Muslim woman, right? He's just not gonna.
Hang on.
Like,
is there a wedding band on his finger?
Press play. I don't know.
And he was not Jesus. He was infinite, and I was commanded for the rest of my life to follow him.
Oh, there is. There is. Okay. All right. So I'm not saying it's impossible, right? Depends. I don't know. There's a lot here. We need to deep dive on the Muslim cowboy.
Is his wife also like, howdy y'all? I doubt it. Okay, like
that's the real thing here. Is that like is his wife like a white Southern woman that?
Yeah, no.
Also converted to Islam?
No, absolutely not.
I feel like that answers a lot of questions here.
Peace be upon him. Now, after this dream was over, I got up and I said to myself, as a person who doesn't just follow things just by feelings, and I said, if this is true, it will have evidence to back it up. And so I went to my bookshelf that I had, and I had a Quran sitting up on there, collecting some dust. I'd read a lot of other religious books, but the Quran was just sitting there, waiting for this moment. And so I went to go open it, and the moment I opened this book, that first page I read, I couldn't stop crying. It hit me like a massive waterfall. I was completely inundated.
Has he read it before, though?
No. I mean, because, like, he said he hadn't.
Okay, he said he hadn't. Let me see something here.
Yeah.
What are you doing right now?
Opening up. Behold the book, no trace of doubt in it, a guide to the pious, to those who believe in the unseen, who perform prayer, and who spend from our bounty. Those
I'm like flying through his videos right now to see if he says anything, if there's anything else that gets revealed just in the video titles.
Yeah, there's no vlog with the wifey.
I'm looking right now.
I mean, like, look, this is a beautiful, beautiful book, and I love it, right? And I love everything that I've read so far, but like, I feel like there's nothing in here that, like, you know, haven't also, especially the first part that you haven't read in the Bible, you know? Look, whatever. I'll keep playing.
With this certainty, this knowledge that of a surety God was real and this was his way. Reading every page I would turn to just further confirmed it, and this feeling has not left me since. The Quran is so simple. The message of God that he sent since Adam to Noah, to Abraham, to Moses, to Jesus, to Muhammad, peace be upon them all, has all been the same message. Worship God alone. Don't worship any idols, any statues, any people, including Jesus, including Muhammad, including the Holy Spirit. Worship God alone.
What were you saying?
He does jujitsu?
I'm not that shocked.
Yeah, I'm not shocked either.
The Creator, and obey the messengers that he has sent. That is the truth, and that is the way. And I read it, and tears flowed. I cried for almost 2 weeks. I would just be in the middle of a store, and tears would come down because of the gratitude that God Almighty put into my heart, making me realize that I had finally come home.
These 4 Andrew Tate.
So it was a week later when I finally found out how to say my testimony of faith, and ended up finding the nearest mosque, which was about an hour and 15 minutes away, that I did give that testimony of faith. And for
you live in Texas. That's not that shocking.
Yeah, everything's 15 hours away.
Yeah. Okay, he might just be a weirdo with a jujitsu. I mean, look at that. Shit, perhaps he was having psychotic. My brother said, I don't know. I mean, he's like, I understand, like, maybe, like, once, like, you know, getting through it and, like, you know, getting more involved in it, like, I can understand being overwhelmed by those emotions and stuff, you know? Like, I know I probably don't strike chat as, like, a, like, you know, fairly religious person, but, like, I do have, like, a belief in God, and I do have,
Doc,
like,
feel
faith.
bad. Can you whisper that link to me, please?
I still think there was some life trauma or event. He grew up in, like, a southern white family in Texas. There's definitely fucking something. Like,
yeah, that's not a... Yeah.
There's something there.
Any of you that are out there who agree that, man, the Trinity ain't right, it don't make no sense. I don't want to do mental gymnastics anymore. I'm tired of all the facades and everyone putting up this fakery and, you know, the pastor cheating on his wife and all this kind of stuff, people doing it just for money. If you're ready for something real, then you're ready for that testimony of faith too. If you believe there's only one God and this God is ever living, he never dies, he doesn't eat, he doesn't sleep, he is free of any kind of need. He's only one. Doesn't have sisters or roommates or uncles. And you believe in the prophets, every single one of them, and that you recognize from what I've taught and what other people are teaching you that Muhammad of a surety is a prophet of God, just like Jesus and Moses and the rest of them. Peace.
What?
I think we're done with this guy.
I missed it. What did he say?
Look at what Doc Feelbad just messaged us. It's his tweets.
Well, yeah, like he's a right winger still. Like he didn't.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, you look at Andrew Tate. There's plenty of right wing dudes out there.
Yeah.
People who. Oh.
What did he say? I didn't see it. Where is it?
Hang on, I'll send it to you privately. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna get him off screen real quick.
There you go. Everybody can look at it in chat. It's So Johnny, I was saying, you remember the Muhammad Hijab who I was talking about?
Yes.
I sent you a couple messages. So I sent you the actual like debate. I don't want to listen to the whole thing or anything.
Okay.
Like that, but the one portion of it is actually really good. But like, I also sent you a little short of it. Have you ever heard of that guy, Cosmic Skeptic? It's an atheist.
Yes.
Guy. He debates him about like atheism versus Islam, and like this conversation really opened me up to like the philosophical underpinnings of Islam that really impressed me and like kind of really changed how I thought about Islam a couple years ago. So I just like, if you just want to hear it for like a second, like it's just very impressive.
Yeah, no, I would love to.
All right, cool. Go ahead. You might as well just put the, okay, here you go.
Is everything, can everything be seen? I feel like it's too, what am I doing?
I think it's good. Why is Pat's audio so low? Hold on, maybe my thing got...
He's got to speak into the mic.
Is that better?
Yes. All right.
What's up, Lord Hemmel?
You accept that there is an necessary existence?
I would say that, yes.
Then that's God.
But that doesn't have to be
debate
God.
over, thank you
It
very
does
much.
not-
Because
that does not have to be God.
No. That's our
God.
understanding of God. You accept that there is an necessary existence?
I would say that, yes.
Then that's God.
But that doesn't have
Done.
If you want, I sent you the link to the full thing.
Yeah.
Both him and the other guy there have an extremely impressive case that I think is like troubling to the atheist perspective.
Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna fix this back to the way it was.
Wilco. Oh, it's like that. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, even after conversion, some things for some people just don't change.
So just go like up into this guy with the what is the actual appropriate name for the head covering that the Islam guy on the left is wearing?
You know what? I have never actually looked up the name.
It's called a beanie.
It's a
Just go to the beginning of his discussion. We don't need to listen to this whole thing.
It's
But
a kufi.
this guy, it's a kufi.
Kufi.
Okay.
Okay, so what part did you want me to go up to?
Just go up to when this guy starts talking. The guy with the kufi.
Okay, thank you everyone for.
Yeah. You don't have to. Don't do it in 5 seconds at a time. Just hover over the bar until you can see on the thumbnail that he starts talking. Okay, there you go.
I'm still getting the hang of this whole like arrow keys thing, all right?
Yeah, and I might have misleaded you. You might have been way closer than I thought. And I'll own up to that. I'll admit when I do things like that.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay,
All right.
here we go. Like I had never and this was a couple years ago. I was less kind of like red at the point when I watched this, and I kind of still had that kind of like edgy atheist idea that all religious individuals were like very much like sky daddy, like, you know what I mean? Like this is something, and then like what these two individuals bring to this discussion is so like empirical and philosophical, and it really makes you think. Like you kind of like expect like a religion, or at least I did in my naivety. I expected religious to people be like, well, God said, well, God, like, you know what I mean? Just kind of like that kind of like, you know, stuff, and it's not like that at all. And I was like, damn, this is actually very compelling.
Yeah, when like I've namely gotten into Islam because I feel like there's such like a expansive philosophy and juristic, like legal, like study to it, and philosophical study to it. It's just for me that's honestly, I find it so very deeply compelling.
Yes, you're right. I expected more of an evangelical Christian style, not just evangelical Christian style, but also the type of Islamism that is projected in Western media of how Islamic people like speak and believe things because they want to show like this extremely like rabid, one-sided, fundamentalist kind of perspective that is not at all representative of, I would say, the majority of subscribers to the theology of Islam.
Right. All right.
Thank you.
And actually, this Cosmic Skeptic had just debated Ben Shapiro, and I was actually really interested in that conversation. It was really good, yeah.
In the name of God, the gracious, the merciful, I'd like to thank the Oxford Forum and my fellow panelists for facilitating this debate, and everyone here for attending.
I think the volume's a little low.
I used to be Christian. My mother was Catholic and my father was secular. I went to a Church of England school and learned the basics of Christian belief. However,
so here's another, I forgot this part, but this guy was also a Christian that
question.
converted to Islam. So he was a Christian that he just said, so he grew up Christian. So this is interesting. This is also a similar trajectory to our, not our friend, but our, cowboy subject that we were studying earlier.
Subject.
Are captions available for this?
Yes, I just put them up.
Okay,
Sorry.
good. Oh, awesome.
And Shoshipi, I'm right there with you. I need captions.
How did I know I was born into the correct one? Would I have been something different if I was born and raised elsewhere? I then studied every belief, claim, or worldview I could find. to discover the ultimate explanation for all things. In doing so, I found that many explanations couldn't account for many things that I could observe or prove themselves false or fell apart due to their own self-contradictions or contradictions between what they say and reality.
It's actually interesting.
For example,
because
I encountered Trinitarian Christianity.
Guy was saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's actually a similar kind of like, and I'm not very studied in Islam or Christianity, despite growing up Catholic, but it seems like from both of these individuals' perspectives that left Christianity to go to Islam, that it was a matter of contradiction. Like something contradictory within the scripture of Christianity that led them to make the change. It's just interesting to point out.
Well, I mean, lo and behold, the document that's been edited, like, you know, more times than any fucking book in history.
Have like 13 versions that was condensed down into like a single version by like some king or something like that.
Right. Translated like a dozen times over. And like the one that's like probably the umpteenth fucking translation is supposed to be the direct verbatim word of God. Right. I'm sorry, but like, you know, at least with like the Torah, you know, or with the Quran, like it's that's it. You're reading it in pretty much like the same language in the same, like, you know, words than as when it came out, you know, as when it was compiled together. Right.
Well, it was like there is like on YouTube this like linguist that's talking about like the translations and how like fucked a lot of the translations in like the Bible are, like the whole Adam and Eve thing, like how we're like, oh, it's like she was made from like a rib, but it's like the translation is like closer to like the side, like half of Adam was the woman, right?
Really?
Like, and it's like, but because of like our culture and so on, wanting to diminish women is like, no, it's like you're made from a rib, while it's like Eve was like made from half of Adam.
And that's so pervasive that some people actually think that men have one less rib than women.
Right.
And, I don't know. Maybe they don't say that in Sweden, Grom. I don't know if people say that in Sweden, but in the United States, people say that.
That'd be like so fucking weird. Like it's like so one side has like a rib there, but one is like gone over here.
Has anyone else in chat heard someone say that growing up or something like that, like in their town, saying that men actually have one less rib than women because of that?
Yes.
Yeah. So sheepy. Yeah. There's multiple people saying, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the translation is closer to like basically like the hat, like she's like Adam's other half.
Yeah.
Right. Which, like, I don't know, on like a
from Americans, yeah.
Well, yeah, because they think like, oh, they have less ribs to, you know, childbear to be able to be with child. You know, need less ribs.
No, they're saying the man has less.
Yeah,
ribs.
no.
Oh, right.
The man took the rib, and
women would have.
And he's saying that like all men are a genetic, you know, offspring of Adam who gave his rib. So then the success, which is weird because even if he took his rib out after his existence, his genetic code would still have all the ribs.
Right.
It's not like if you amputate your arm and then have a kid.
He has less ribs so that he can self-suck.
I was going to make a self-suck joke, but I didn't get there.
What the fuck is it? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like between that and then there's the idea that like nothing about any of this can be debated, and the only people that are allowed to address anything about it is like the Vatican.
Yeah, it's super funny to think about it because you had this guy and there was no women. The women didn't exist in this Garden of Eden, so he didn't actually mean to make Eve. He just was like, I need to suck this thing because there's nothing else. There's no concept of a woman. So I need to start removing ribs so that I can fillet myself. And then when I removed my rib,
God was like, oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah. I'll take this rib.
I see the problem here. And that's how we got here, everybody.
Yeah. I'm going to get struck by fucking lightning.
Which argues that God is both 1 and 3. And that the infinite, immortal God is also a finite, mortal man. I encountered polytheists who argued that there are many gods, some eternal, some who popped out of nothing, who are all infinite but have created and finite human
I had no idea that Kierkegaard was like, you know, writing about Islam, or that like that Kierkegaard was even like, you know, reading Islam. Hang on a second.
Doesn't even know Kierkegaard could read. No, I don't know who that is.
He's a Danish theologian, philosopher, poet from. He was born 1813 and died 1855.
Gross Danish. Am I right, Chad?
Hell yeah, Pate King. Pate King, are you gonna because I know that your thing is like cooking or whatever. Same with you, Grom. Are either of you seeing any of these Palestinian culinary videos popping up anywhere?
No.
You ever gonna give it a shot?
What? Like,
Making,
what do you mean?
Making like a Palestinian dish?
Yo, chicken fajitas, what's up, King?
I mean, I just no.
Okay, all right. No, it was just a question.
The Palestinian guy next door, he can,
Okay, I love couscous.
I literally just had
falafel
couscous.
all the time. I ate falafel all the time. Well, I used to. I don't eat falafel
I don't-
very often.
like-
I'm allergic to falafel.
I know.
Well, we know, but not deadly. So I would say
Not
it's
deadly.
worth it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just EpiPen you. Like, you know, we'll get some
falafel is worth
halal
it.
guys. You
I
know,
have a prescription for an EpiPen that I still haven't filled.
how many years have you been sitting on that prescription?
At least one.
Yeah. That's I just fucking like, yeah. Go for some falafel. It's worth it. It's worth whatever you're.
There was one place I went to in Florida that did these like fried quinoa balls, like they like, and it was kind of like falafel, and I really fucking liked it. And
Nice.
That's the closest I think I've had.
Well, I mean, in Egypt, they make their falafel is made with beans. So
Yeah, that would be sick. Like, so I even found hummus when I lived in Florida in Publix. They had hummus. They had these like white bean hummuses, and they had like a carrot hummus, and they had edamame hummus, and they had black bean hummus. This one brand made all of these, and like I actually got to like enjoy hummus for a while because I can't eat the chickpea one.
Was was the brand
Baba
Sabra?
Ganoush is kind
No, it
of
wasn't
like
Sabra.
is kind of like hummus that
Yeah, it wasn't Sabra.
Animal forms suffer ignorance, tiredness, and even injury. Some Pacific Island religions consider volcanoes who created their island and whose sediments make the ground highly fertile for cultivation to be also eternal and divine. I've also found that many atheistic positions are not any more special or more coherent than these. For example, many materialistic worldviews argue that the universe which we see, which is finite, limited, and changing, is also somehow infinite and eternal at the same time. You just can't see it. Other atheist positions argue that the universe ultimately popped out of nothing, albeit with precisely measured amounts of energy, but no cause to determine that measure. Of course, there are also atheistic worldviews like types of Buddhism, which goes to show that atheism doesn't preclude spirituality, just God. When I encountered Islam, I found something different. That Islam describes God as a being of infinite or inexhaustible power and who possesses intentionality or will. He has no human or animal attributes, forms, natures, or appetites. Islam teaches that God is genderless, does not experience tiredness or ignorance, and exists without peer. Surah Ikhlas of the Quran makes clear, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, Qul huwa Allahu ahad. Say God is one, Allahu Samad, the self-sufficient, Lam yalid wa lam yulad. He does not reproduce, nor was he reproduced. Wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. There is nothing like him, which means he is without partner, because if there were other infinite gods, they would all limit each other and all would not be infinite or gods at all. This is the Islamic concept of God, a pure, indivisible oneness.
Hey, Comrade Timmy.
A cause and initiator for all things, a divine unity behind the multitude of created things. And it is the only explanation that is without contradiction and circular reasoning and does not need to explain the history and hide faults it simply doesn't have. Islam's message to mankind is to avoid the error of mixing the infinite and the finite together and creating false idols by attributing to limited and finite things the attributes that belong only to the Creator and vice versa. Instead, Islam asks mankind to recognize the infinite alone as the ultimate creator of all things, who is separate from his creation and not like it. Is this a God peculiar to Islam? No. Anyone on earth today or in history who worships an infinite, unlimited creator who willed all things into existence and does not resemble any finite things or creatures, worships the same God we do, whatever religion they call themselves. Islam teaches that it is not something new, but merely a reiteration of the same message that has been repeatedly sent down to mankind.
So, Only Sans, who asks, saying God created the universe doesn't solve the creation issue because where did God come from? If God can come from nothing, then why can't the universe? Well, that's the thing, is that, like, I don't think anyone is saying that God came from nothing. God is eternal. God has always been.
But that's the problem that they're saying, though. That's the same problem they posed with the universe, saying
Right.
they said it's called like an infinite regress fallacy. You can't just infinitely regress.
Right.
They talk about that in this.
Okay.
And I don't even know the answer. I haven't watched this in a while.
I mean, to be fair, do any of us know the answer?
No,
I
that's
do.
good.
Yeah, I do, actually.
I don't know what you're doing here then, Grom.
Producing commonalities in many religions throughout history. Now to the title of the debate, Islam explains reality better than atheism. Some might say, well, atheism doesn't seek to explain anything. It's only a lack of belief of God or a rejection thereof. But atheism's denial of the existence of God carries the minimum corollary, that reality is completely explainable without God. And they'd be wrong in my estimation. There are 4 aspects of reality that only Islam's concept of God can ultimately and soundly explain, while atheism cannot do so without falling into self-contradiction. And these aspects are change, matter, finitude, and specificity. Atheism rejects the only sound explanation for change. If this moment depended on an infinite number of previous moments and movements, we'd never exist or get here. If I were to say that my opponents can begin their speech after an infinite amount of time, they would never have the chance to start their speeches, as an infinite amount of time can't end or even begin if you think about it. Likewise, if I asked a poor student, not pointing to anyone in particular, for £1 and he didn't have it, and he asked another who was equally poor, and so on and so on, I'd never get that £1 until the chain of students found at least one student who had £1 to begin the chain of lending and eventually get to me. Now, this is known as the infinite regress fallacy, which is the same as asserting a beginning and no beginning at the same time. It is a contradiction and therefore impossible. The existence of change and movement requires a first mover. There's no way around that. And if it is the first mover, it means it chose to move things without being moved by anything else. Therefore, it has a will. This is the key characteristic of God, whose name is Al-Mubdi, in the initiator in the Quran. 2, atheism rejects the only sound explanation for the ultimate basis behind matter. If matter gets its attributes and characteristics because it is made from something more fundamental than it, let's just say subatomic particles and forces, ultimately quarks and bosons, and these things are made of, let's say, quantum vacuum energy or fluctuations in such thing, or superstrings, one or the other for the sake of argument, what is quantum vacuum energy, or what are superstrings, if they even exist, made of? If something else, and that's made of something else, where does it stop? If it has no end, then nothing would exist. It's like saying a branch is held aloft from the ground by an infinitely tall tree, or a pond has no bottom to hold up the water, despite the water being at a specific level. The fact that anything exists and continues to exist proves there must be something fundamental that is supporting all these things, that itself isn't made of anything else and has no parts and therefore is self-sustaining. The Quran calls God Ar-Razzaq, the sustainer, Al-Hafidh, the preserver, Al-Samad, the self-sufficient. 3, atheism rejects the only sound explanation for finite things. If something has size, shape, charge, or a specific characteristic, what determined these limitations in the first place? If it were determined by a finite thing outside itself, an efficient cause, going on forever, it's an infinite regress fallacy. If it was determined by the building blocks inside itself, a material cause, going on forever into smaller and smaller blocks, it's another infinite regress fallacy. The only possibility left is that all forms and limited characteristics of all finite things were ultimately created by something that has no finite limitations itself, i.e. something infinite, which has no limits that need determining by something else, and therefore is the ultimate or necessary thing, and it creates all other things. The Quran calls God Al-Khaliq, the creator. 4, atheism rejects the only sound explanation for the specificity of finite things. Things in the universe, including the magnitude of the forces of gravity, strong, weak, and force, and electromagnetism, and the amount of energy contained in the universe are specific to a certain magnitude, size, quantity, and quality. Considering that the universe could have 1 quark more than it has, the question is, what determined it would be one way and not another? Perhaps the conditions prior to the universe's emergence, shall we say, led to the conditions we see now. But this only shifts the burden of explanation further along the chain. What then determined the precise pre-existing conditions before the universe that led to our universe being the way it is? If we invoke an infinite chain of pre-existing conditions to explain our current condition or the condition of the emergence of the universe, this is yet again another infinite regress fallacy, I'm afraid. The only remaining explanation is that something ultimately chose or determined by...
What's up, Grom?
You know you can press the window to pause it, right? You don't need to go to. Okay.
I think you can open the spacebar.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed because it's like past 1 a.m.
All
It's
right.
my bedtime because I live on the proper timeline of the planet. So, still saying.
Oh yeah, man. Well, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, you all have to let me know whether there's a God or not later.
I'll
posted.
The conclusion to this will determine the existence of God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just somebody send me a DM whether there's a God or not. So I know. I don't want to look foolish.
I know.
Later on. All right. Peace.
All right, good night, Ron. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a good night, man.
Bye.
I don't know. What do you think? Do you want to keep watching this, or do you want to do something else?
It's up to you, man. I mean, like a lot of people in chat, are certainly.
Are you guys
popping
vibing
off.
with this? Are you guys vibing with this? Even
There's
if
a
you
lot of
disagree
people that are like, no, this guy's wrong.
No, and that's fine. I'm down with the engagement.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't. If people don't think this is cool, we can do something else. I think it's cool, but I understand it's like a lot and it's like long.
This is like an hour and 41 minutes. Can I drop the link? Yes, I can, Sheepy. I know I'm going to watch this, whether we finish it or not.
We didn't even get to the other guy. The other guy there, sitting to his right, I guess it would be, to his camera left, is the guy who was just on Piers Morgan, debating Piers Morgan and Rabbi, I forget the guy's name. I don't want to like botch his name. The rabbi is that guy sitting right to the left there. He's very intelligent and articulate. I guess if you want, let's finish this up and let's hear him too, and then we'll scrap it. We're not going to listen to the whole back and forth.
Okay.
By its will, all things to be the way they are. The Quran calls God Al-Musawwir, the shaper. Islam posits that God ultimately created and sustained all things. He is infinite, unlimited, and self-sustaining, and he alone measured out the numbers of things and apportioned all the regularities, or what you call natural laws, behind all things. It is the Islamic concept of God that not only explains reality better than atheism, but it is the only explanation, ultimately, that can explain reality that we see, which does not possess self-contradictions, circular logics, or appeals to mystery or blind faith. The arguments of atheists, in my experience, are no different to those I've encountered from polytheists, Trinitarians, or volcano worshippers. Atheists just call their God the universe, which essentially is just a bigger volcano. Thank you.
Thank you. Abdullah, can I have someone from side opposition to go and speak? Thank you.
Now, this kid's actually pretty intelligent. The other guy on the atheist side is worthless. You can skip everything he has to say in this entire fucking conversation. But I do like this cosmic skeptic kid. I think he's pretty good. And he just did this debate with Ben Shapiro about religion that I think was fantastic. I just watched it today. So, if you want to let him talk, I'm interested to hear what he says.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Oxford Forum for making this happen. I did have some things to say in preparation, but one thing that we have to understand before we can even begin this discussion is the concept of the burden of proof. I did have some things to say, like I mentioned, but I think I'd rather just tackle some of the misrepresentations that I think we've just seen of the position of atheism. The first is a rather important case, which is, do we actually have anything to prove as non-believers in God? Atheism, as Abdullah quite rightly suggests, is thought by many as simply a lack of belief in God. And the point was raised that no, that can't be the case, because a lack of
What's his name?
entails some belief in the opposite.
I don't know what his real name is, but his name's Cosmic Skeptic. His name's Alex in real life, but I don't know
about God. This isn't the case. Atheism is a claim to belief. It comes from the Greek, a meaning without, theos meaning God. It simply means living your life without the influence of a God. It's not an active position to hold. Many people would call it agnosticism, because we're simply saying, well, there's no good reason to believe in a God, but we're not saying that we believe there isn't one. But agnosticism is a claim to knowledge. Gnosticism is knowledge. Theism is belief. I simply say, I don't know, therefore I don't believe. Whereas the proposition seem to have to say that they also don't know, because nobody can know for certain, and yet they do believe. And what we need to see tonight, in order to agree with the proposition and have them win the debate, is the reason why they're able to take that extra step that we simply can't. So let me explain with an analogy that comes from a friend of mine called Matt Dillahunty, who has given the example of a gumball, a jar of gumballs. What's essentially happening here is we've got a jar of gumballs, and we have no idea how many gumballs are in the jar. And the people to my right are pointing it and saying there are an even number of gumballs in that jar.
He's 24 years old, born 1999.
And this was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So he was like 19 or 20 when this happened.
Wow.
And I say, you have no good reason to believe that. I don't believe you.
And only sans, I disagree on that last point. Most Western atheism is a more specific rejection of Christianity, because, especially with the Richard Dawkins brand and Sam Harris brand of atheism,
it's very Islamophobic.
It is incredibly racist and Islamophobic.
It's almost more rabidly Islamophobic than it is anti-Christian, I'd say.
Yeah, 100%.
It's more like a vehicle for like Western xenophobia than it is a rejection of Western Judeo-Christian values.
100%.
And they say, oh, so that entails that you think there's an odd number. Well, of course it doesn't. It just means I don't believe that there's an even number. Just because I don't believe that there's a God doesn't mean I do believe that there's not one. And that's an important point to make clear, because it demonstrates the fact that the burden of proof lies with the proposition. If you, ladies and gentlemen, are not convinced by either side in the debate this evening, then the default position has to be atheism. The default position has to be there's no good reason to believe either way, and so we simply don't believe in Islam. That's why the title of the debate is something of a false dichotomy. But the burden of proof certainly lies with the proposition. But that's not a problem, because there were a number of arguments put forward in an attempt to try and fulfill that proof, which it's worth briefly touching on. For instance, when you bring up the point, Abdullah, about matter, you asked the question, what are superstrings made of? Talking about, I presume, the kind of quantum strings that are thought to be, according to string theory, at the basis of the universe. And you say, essentially, well, what are these made of? And what would that be made of? And what would that be made of? Well, the answer is quite simple. It's, I don't know, and neither do you. And that's the point. Neither of us know. And so I'm simply saying that because we have no reason to know what's at the basis of this reality, what's at the basis of matter, the best thing we can do is throw up our hands and say, until good evidence comes along to believe that it is due to some kind of divine supernatural creator, let's not do so. And certainly let's not instill that supernatural creator with certain qualities that are an extra leap of faith that you can't take that extra step before you've made the first. Also, on the point of change, you talk about infinite regress, which is problematic. Of course, the problem of everything needing a cause, everything needing an explanation for its existence, whether you frame it as a contingency argument or a cosmological argument, of course, trivially applies to the creator himself, what caused the creator, of course, unless you adopt something of a Kalam cosmological argument that says that, well, we're not talking about everything needing a cause, because, of course, like I say, it would trivially include the creator of the universe. Instead, it's things that begin to exist that need a cause. It's things that have some kind of that have some kind of cause that brings them into existence. The fact of the matter is we have no experience with that. You say that there are atheists who believe that things can come out of nothing. There's no good reason to think that something can't come out of nothing. People often say it's ridiculous to suggest that something can come from nothing. You're not all worried that a hippo has just materialized in your living room while you're out here. But your living room isn't nothing. In fact, there's no nothing in the universe. Lawrence Krauss has shown that if you take away, or written that if you take away every piece of matter from a finite space, and you remove not just the matter, but the radiation and everything that we can conceivably call matter, it still weighs something. Now, that might be a practical limitation. Perhaps there is nothing somewhere, and we just haven't been able to access it or create it by removing the sufficient matter in the universe. But the fact of the matter is we have no experience with nothing, and so to say something can't come from nothing is an unjustifiable claim. We've never had any nothing to try it with. In fact, the only time there was nothing, if there was nothing ever at all, must have been before the universe was created. And so the only thing that has actually begun to exist in any meaningful sense is the universe itself. And if the argument is that everything that begins to exist has some kind of cause, and so the universe must have some kind of cause, well, everything that begins to exist is the universe. So when you say everything that begins to exist needs a cause, you're just saying the universe needs a cause. And the conclusion is, of course, that the universe has a cause. And that's the definition of a circular argument. Now, that's the first point. The second thing I'd like to do, I'm not sure how long I've been up here now. I haven't got a good track of time. How long? 5 minutes. Okay, so about halfway through. So let me put to you some of the things that I was thinking of putting forward. Did I not have anything to respond to in the propositions case? I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of discussion of metaphysics this evening. There's going to be a lot of discussion of arguments for the existence
Alcoholic
of
horns coming.
existential arguments, let's call them.
This kid is all right, but I really don't like his tone, so I guess there is no God but God, etc.
I also like heel to the face. First comment in chat. What's up? This is the vulgar materialist position.
I can say that for myself, in my high school atheism days, I was an atheist in direct rejection of Christianity. Same. Luckily, I never got super into YouTube atheism, which could have led me down an Islamophobic path, but still. Oh, it led me to an extremely, like, vulgar, bigoted, path in my young adulthood, right? Thank God there was not YouTube, or at least not as, like, big or as many channels that were expressing even more, not coherent, but like, more polished one-liners, right, for me to kind of attach myself to, when I was going through that phase in my life. And, fucking, may God curse Richard Dawkins and, fucking, what's his name?
So, for me, I went through, this is primo cancel material. Does he have any videos or old Facebook posts? Pete, please.
I think I've gotten rid of all of them, but I've said it before. Don't be shocked if that happens.
So I went through my phase in like high school, my like conspiracy theorist phase of like zeitgeist, loose chain, certain weird books and stuff like that. Like I've already talked about, like Behold a Pale Horse was a very popular, not really popular, but like fringely popular book between like your friend's older brother that you smoke weed with. That's like, man, this is what's really going on type shit. You know what I mean? And like, I kind of got into all that stuff because I wanted to be like, I really know what's going on. Y'all don't, you don't know about secret societies, and you don't know about the Bilderberg group.
You don't know how things really work in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then, like, from there, that kind of, like, linked me into, like, because, Zeitgeist, that opening part of Zeitgeist where they're essentially, like, just proving Christianity?
Yes.
Like,
I there's another fucking YouTube channel that I follow who did, like, a whole breakdown and even, like, tried to reach out to whoever was sort of listed as, like, in charge of it. And he's, like, breaking down how it's completely wrong. Like from an archaeological perspective, it's like, this is all a complete fallacy.
A lot of the shit in Zeitgeist is not right.
And it's just safe to say that just don't treat it like it's a historically accurate.
When I was 16, I would have started pissing and crying immediately. Because I could almost recite it verbatim. Like that's how many times I was like, oh, I gotta know this. This is
so. Did you watch all three, or did you only watch the first one?
To be honest, the first one I was big on. And then, like, I tried getting into... I've watched the second and third ones multiple times, but the first one is the one that I really, like, vibed on super hard. And, like, I started developing, like, a personality around.
Dude, I would say it was extremely anti-capitalist, so, like, I'll give it that.
It talks about the monetary system. It talks about the monetary system and everything like that. Peter Joseph, that's what it was. who made the Zeitgeist trilogy, got banned on Twitter for calling Joe Rogan Slow Rogan. Dude, was that recently? Is that like in the time of Elon Musk? That had to be an Elon Musk banning, right?
Had to be.
Holy shit.
God
Holy shit,
damn.
that's so funny. God, that's the most hilarious development that I could have anticipated from this whole thing. But yeah, that kind of is what led me to like the atheist thing. And I think that's what's packaged within that. Because you think you're so right. Because I think that, and a lot of what they were saying in chat was right, is that it kind of starts, like, at least in me, from growing up, like, in, like, a Catholic household and a predominantly Christian community, you kind of want to reject that. And it's probably right to reject Christianity in, like, most senses, or at least maybe in its institutional form within the United States. I don't think there's anything wrong of, like, rebelling against that. But then that caused me also to be extremely, like, chauvinistically critical of other cultures that I had no idea about.
Right.
And, like, it kind of took a phase of, like, becoming more well-read and getting on the other side of that kind of, like, edgy atheism. And especially when I ended up in Guatemala and I was at churches in Guatemala full of Guatemalan people. And suddenly I didn't feel so keen on being like, you're all fucking stupid. Then I went to India. Into Hindu temples. And I didn't feel so keen to be like, look at all these fucking idiots. Then I went to Saudi Arabia. Then I was in Saudi Arabia in Jeddah, which is the closest city that pretty much as close as a non-Muslim can get to Mecca. And I witnessed that. And it's like, I just have a different idea of like all that, of all that at that point. Religion has done well for India. I mean, I assume that that's a sarcastic comment. Is it? I don't know. I don't want to impose that on you if it wasn't true. So TLDR, Pat grew up to become an adult human. That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
So, I mean, like, if you want, right? Like, there's Bad Mouse made like a video a long time ago. Gesundheit. That, like, I think it was probably one of the more eye-opening videos that he ever made. I don't think enough people that are like, I completely understand your atheism. I was there. I completely understand your opposition to, like, the prosperity, the prosperity gospel, right? Like, based Christianity that is so prevalent in the US, right, that is culturally, politically, and financially hegemonic within the US. I absolutely understand that and agree. But then there's a video like this titled The Unheard Voices of West Asia and North Africa, talking about specifically the Christianity that exists in, West Asia and North Africa. And this is obviously a quite old video at this point, that, like, we could watch after this one, if you're all interested.
It seems like we're on a theology thing, and it seems like chat is down for the discussion. What was I going to say?
So, do you want to go back to the other one or this one?
Whatever you want to do. I don't mind.
Okay, I love this video. Do you care if we watch this real quick? Or you want to hear the kid finish? All right, let's hear the kid finish.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to take a brief moment to bring up what might seem like an irrelevancy, but is certainly not. Islam teaches that there is an objective basis to morality in the world. That when you say something is right or wrong, that is a true statement, and that's as true as something like the proposition that the earth orbits the sun. It is a matter of fact. And that means that part of the reality that we're trying to describe with the Islamic worldview is moral realism. There have to be moral truths that are as real as the metaphysical claims that it's making.
Okay, but even then that requires, like, I don't want to say this as if, like, one branch of Islam or one, the cultural practice of Islam is wrong and the other one is right. But I think it depends, like, well, where are you that you're talking about, like, Islam? You know what I mean?
So I'll admit I don't know what I'm talking about with India, but the caste system seems pretty fucked, and it's my understanding that it's supported by Hinduism. Yeah, but the lower castes are also Hindus. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's not like it's just one society ruling over, like the people that are on the bottom of the caste system are generally also devout Hindus. You know what I mean? So at that point, you're kind of casting a wide net and being like, the caste system's bad because of Hinduism, and then you're also kicking the Hindus that are at the bottom of that caste system. Secondly, the caste system was aggravated and intensified under British colonial rule.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the consequences of the caste system were exacerbated by the English. So we wouldn't know what would like an India free of colonialism look like in terms of like religious outcome. And it's not to say also that there isn't religious issues historically in almost any society. Religion occurs. India is no different. Africa is no different. Europe is no different. Asia is a little bit different, but still in the process of Confucianism and Buddhism, there is also strict hierarchical issues with that as well. Even though they're more secular, Confucianism and Buddhism are not necessarily, what would you call them? Theistic religions in the same sense. But,
it depends though, because if you're talking about like Tibetan Buddhism, there absolutely are like deities, there are offerings, there are, all kinds of like, religious ceremonies and whatnot that like are the same that you would find in any Hindu, area with like its own deities, its own god, right? There are like, I think that the West has like a very like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Kind of like cleansed, right? Culturally cleansed, right? Or like all that's left is like the kitsch, right? Of, a lot of like Buddhism, right? And again, it depends like what branch of Buddhism are you talking about? Like Theravada or Vajrayana, or like there's different schools of thought that are all culturally very different, especially if you're talking about like what's his name, Weerathu or whatever, who's like that literally referred to as like the Buddhist Osama, right? Who wants to like ethnically cleanse the fucking Muslims from Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken. So again,
yeah, there's a lot of Buddhist violence like throughout like Thailand's history, and like a lot of like Southeast Asia's history, like bombings and shit like that. A lot of people don't really talk about when they talk about Buddhism.
So it again all wildly depends on where are you talking about and when, right? Because like, correct me if I'm wrong, like, the Kurds today, the Kurdish people, right, are, one of a very large ethnic community without a country, right? Did they not also assist like, the Turks with like the Armenian genocide?
I don't know what you're talking about at this point. What religion is the Kurds?
Kurdish or Muslim, I believe. Some of them can be. It's it's not.
What is the broader point about
my point is, it's about like where and when you're talking about, right? It's not like sort of like Christianity, like why like I brought up that video before, is that like it really depends like where are you talking about and when. Right, not like the hegemony that like Christianity holds today here in the U.S. is not like a universal truth for Christianity abroad everywhere at all times. I really like the reincarnation parts of Hinduism and Buddhism, and wait till you learn about Sikhism and a number of other like faiths throughout. I think Zoroastrianism also has reincarnation. I think that a cycling of spiritual energy makes sense if you believe in spirits, but I find the caste system and using those religions to justify social ranks to be disgusting. But they're not even the only one that does it. There's nothing exceptional about like
about pre-modern Indian history that is not so much different than any other history that had slave castes. But
right.
They weren't maybe they weren't called castes and with the same exact things. But I mean,
right.
like, slave societies exist. This is not something that is very special to India and Hinduism. Now, we can definitely look at that as a unique form of it when we're studying that. But like I said, you can go across the board to pretty much any civilization that as you go back, there will be this kind of like slave caste that exists.
We have it here now.
Regardless of what the justification is for it.
Right. Like we have it here now with migrant workers and undocumented people and, all other sorts of like, just castigated and vilified, people like pushed to the margins within the society that we currently live within.
I know it's not the only ones that do that. I'm just saying it's so gross. Absolutely, it's gross.
And I
feel
don't
like
think
y'all have
that-
this characterization of atheists as immature and poorly read.
He's
yeah,
an
I probably am. It is a generalization, and I don't think that I consider myself an atheist. Like I'm not adopted. I'm not religious in any sense. I have a secular understanding of the world. I have no reason to believe that there is a God. But at the same time, I've gotten a little bit more mature in my and accepting of other cultures that I don't fully understand. And also, I do believe at this point that you may be able to make a case for a sociological benefit to religion. Even if there is no such thing as a God, I think that the sense of community and the sense of ritual and the sense of purpose that does come from religion may be beneficial for some groups of people. And while I don't imply that to my own life, it's just something that I've become more open-minded to as I've become older. And you're correct. We probably were making a generalization about atheists. And I mean, this kid right here is a very popular internet atheist. He's not immature. He's not stupid. And he's certainly very well read. And not only was I, maybe criticizing him a bit here, but I was also singing his praises in a debate that he did with Ben Shapiro that just came out 5 days ago. I think he did absolutely fantastic in that. So I want to show that I'm not being completely one-sided or unfair in my assessment of the ideology as a whole or this individual that we're currently watching.
What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you find moral claims within the doctrines of Islam that you don't agree with, then you don't agree with Islam. So I want to consider some of the moral elements of this religion and see if it's something that you would be able to throw your weight behind. There are, of course, many examples that I could choose from, but one of the most important areas and one of the most often spoken about areas is the treatment of women. Now, this is problematic because a lot of the time people will point to practical examples. They'll say, look at Saudi Arabia. Women weren't able to drive until very recently, but this is ridiculous. Saudi Arabia can quite easily be shown to not be a real Islamic state, and it's very easy to make a case that that's the state and not the religion. So let's turn to the doctrine itself. Let's turn to the scripture. What do we find? Well, there's a very famous verse in the Quran, and I'm sure this is nothing that the proposition hasn't come up against before, but I'd like to hear some kind of justification for these things, and I'm sure they'll be able to provide them. In the Quran, Surah 4, verse 34, I'm sure you're familiar with, is the verse which I'll quote to you. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other, and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous are women who are devoutly obedient, guarding in their husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance.
Well, okay. I was going to say, I don't find this particularly compelling because you can find similar scriptures in Christianity as well. But then I was going to say, well, this kid's an atheist. He's not like doing Christian versus Muslim. But then I would also say you can probably find similar grotesque treatment of women in like the more secularized theologies of Confucianism and Buddhism. Like it's not like with a lack of like defining scripture. It just seems like that the more you like go back into like pre-modern times, the more issues that you're just generally going to have with the women inequality.
Right. And it's like, as far as that like women inequality, right? Would you say that like, at the height of, I wouldn't say like secularism, but of at least like, economic development within like these regions of the world, that like, Islam was the what would you call it? Like the normative religion, or the majority religion? Would you say that like,
in what?
In these regions where like, Islam is like the majority like religion, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about just like the Islamic Golden Age, right, or any of these other places, right? I'm also talking about just like, at a time where decolonization was happening, right? I would say that like, that there were like educated women. There were like, women that like, were very what's the word I'm looking for here? That could be arrogant.
Right. Sorry, I'm trying to find this. There's this thing I took a world religion class about a year ago, and there was this really, really interesting article that I read. Let's see if I can find it, because I'm actually searching our messages right now, because I believe I sent it to you at some point.
I think I have it saved.
Do you think you do?
Let me see here.
I wonder if it was with me, you, and John.
It might have been. Sorry, I'm like trying to find it. I know this is like.
It's hard. We should probably just put the video back on while we look.
All right.
First, advise them. Then, if they persist, forsake them in bed. And finally, strike them. But if they obey you,
Is that my audio?
indeed Allah is ever exalted and grand. So
It sounds weird to me too.
Okay. All right.
Of course, first you try to talk them out. Second, you stop having sex with them. But that really doesn't work. But then you strike them. Now, okay. Perhaps this isn't a thing about women. Perhaps this is just a thing about violent behavior. It's just about striking people who are disobedient, and not even disobedient to the husband, but disobedient to God. If someone's being disobedient to God, then they need to be set right. And perhaps the only way to do that sometimes is with physical violence. Well, okay, if that's the case, then let's look at a comparison from a hadith reported by Al-Hakim on disobedient men. So this is in reference to wives talking about their husbands. She should not beat him in case she is stronger than he. If he is more in the wrong than she should plead with him until he is reconciled. If he accepts her pleading, all well and good, and her plea will be accepted by Allah. While if he is not reconciled with her, her plea will have reached Allah in any case. So if a woman is disobedient to a man or disobedient to a god, whichever framework you want to think about it, the first thing that the wife should do, if the man is disobedient, is to try and talk him out of it. And if that doesn't work, it's not a problem, because Allah's going to hear it anyway. But if a wife's disobedient to a husband, then sure, he should still try and talk her out of it. But if that doesn't work, well, then you can strike them. Seems to be a bit of an inequality here. And that inequality is only highlighted when we look at the rest of that same hadith. It's preceded by the following.
Also, the thing that he's talking about, like, is debated, like, to this day, right? That's another thing about, like, Islam, is that, like, it really depends, like, who are you listening to? Whose the opinion on it are you listening to? Because it's not considered, like, you know, it was not considered like a straightforward thing, but as I understand it, a lot of these things, right, kind of like with the Talmud, right, you know, things are debated within or discussed. Am I making sense?
Yes.
It is not lawful for a woman who believes Allah to allow anyone. It is not lawful for a woman who believes in Allah to allow anyone in her husband's house while he dislikes it. Okay, well, back in the times that this book was
Whose
written,
translation is that?
Men were primarily the owners of wealth, so it makes sense if the man is the owner of the property, perhaps it should be his decision who's allowed on the property. That's not so much a problem. But let's continue. She should not go out of the house if he dislikes it, and should not obey anyone who contradicts his orders. It's getting a bit more questionable now. And to finish off, the very next sentence is, she should not refuse to share his bed. And you can take that to mean what you will, but I'll remind you that if you find any of this objectionable, then you should find objectionable the doctrines from which they spring. Another thing I'd like to talk about, and I'm certain, because I've certainly seen Mr. Hijab respond to this in the past, and it's something I'd love to dive into, is the marriage of the Prophet to Aisha.
Nope, that's not it. You gotta be kidding me.
What the hell just happened?
Stupid fucking bookmarks toolbar. Give me a second.
What the hell? Did we just get raided? Oh, Amy C3. Whoa, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, we got like 100 people in here right now. Yo, what's up, everybody?
Holy crap.
Thanks for popping in. We're talking about theology today. Actually, we're not reading today. We're actually just doing kind of like a free-form conversation on atheism, Islamism, Christianity, all this kind of stuff.
All that wonderful stuff.
So just speaking on what I was saying, this is a book by Reza Aslan. And there's a chapter in there called The City of the Prophet. So that's kind of what we're reading, I guess. Yeah, but we're just educating ourselves about religion and having some conversations regarding that.
Marriage of the Prophet.
What's up, Raiders? Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, no, right. Like that I wasn't trying to dismiss anything about like what they're experiencing or anything like that. But I don't know. Do you want like me to continue the video? I finally pulled it back up.
Sure.
Prophet to Aisha, as certainly the Muslim members of our audience this evening will be aware of, but perhaps not everybody. Muhammad, while in his 50s, married a young girl called Aisha. And I say young, she was 6 at the time. Not 16 or 60, but 6. Now, of course, he didn't consummate the marriage when she was 6 years old. That would be quite outrageous. He waited another 3 years until she was 9. And the proposition has to defend the idea that that was ever morally permissible. And I think that's my time. Is that my time? Yes. Well, that's all I've got, but believe me, I have more.
Pause it real quick.
We'll leave
I did just put a link in chat. I'll put it in there again. I know we have a lot of people in here now. If you want something that's kind of like a different kind of perspective on like Muhammad and the role of like women and stuff like that, this book actually by Iranian scholar Reza Aslan, I had to read this in my world religions class. If you look at this, there's like chapter 5, I believe it is. Chapter 3, it's called The City of the Prophet, the First Muslims. And it says it's had some very interesting information that was new to me, that I learned while I was in my world religion class.
In No God But God, internationally acclaimed scholar Reza Aslan explains Islam, the origins and evolution of the faith in all its beauty and complexity. The updated edition addresses the events of the past decade, analyzing how they have influenced Islam's position in modern culture. Aslan explores what the popular demonstrations pushing for democracy in the Middle East mean for the future of Islam in the region, how the internet and social media have affected Islam's evolution, and how the war on terror has altered the geopolitical balance of power in the Middle East. He also provides an update on the contemporary Muslim women's movement, a discussion of the controversy over veiling in Europe, an in-depth history of jihadism, and a look at how Muslims living in North America and Europe are changing the face of Islam. Timely and persuasive, No God But God is an elegantly written account that explains this magnificent yet misunderstood faith.
Yeah. So this is like kind of puts a lot of that stuff into perspective that I think is more crude generalizations of Islam. So if you're ever interested, just check out that book. But we should probably do something. Can anybody put like the socials in the chat for the Raiders? Like, do we have any mods here? I don't know if Mag's here or anything like that. That can put socials in the chat. What's up, Raiders? If you don't know us, we're Subversive History. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that was you, Johnny. Thank you. We're Subversive History. We do a lot of book reading, and we do book reviews once a week, where we go chapter by chapter through books. We break them down. We watch videos. We contextualize them. So if you're interested in that kind of like very much like source-based content, right now we're currently reading Liberalism by Domenico Lacerdo. It's called Liberalism: A Counter History, and it kind of talks about the contradictions and hypocrisies of the liberal doctrine. Such as issues regarding slavery, such as issues regarding colonialism, such as issues regarding the colonization of native land, settler colonialism, and all that good stuff. We also have a YouTube channel. The YouTube channel's just getting going, so we would be absolutely fucking delighted. It's right there in the links there. If you went to our YouTube channel and just hit follow or subscribe on YouTube, obviously free of charge. I made a YouTube video about 3 or 4 weeks ago where I debunk libertarian misinformation on the Indian state of Kerala, which is our first produced video essay that I'm very, very excited about. So if any of you are here and you want to give that a watch, I would be extremely ecstatic. If you were to watch that and maybe give me a little bit of feedback, because I'm in the process of making my second YouTube video that is going to pertain to the the Israel-Palestine conflict. So yeah, we appreciate you stopping in. If you want to hang out, we're kind of having a different discussion today, and this just happened almost entirely organically, where we're kind of talking about the nature of Western atheism, the chauvinism from the West in terms of other religions, misconceptions, crude generalizations of religious communities, and cool. Once you do that, reading is what makes the humans advance in life. Learning about other people makes you understand them. Absolutely, that is definitely a cornerstone of the Subversive History.
Pat, point to that bookshelf in the back that's not fake.
Oh yeah. This isn't.
How many of those books have you read, Pat?
Do you want me to be honest?
Yeah, be honest.
you want me to be honest?
Be honest. Be more honest than Chad is about like most of the books.
I've read this whole shelf here.
Uh-huh.
And then I've read this one to like here. So these are the ones I haven't read. This is like a million. Oh, you can't really hear me, right?
Yeah, we can kind of hear you.
So, like, for one, all those ones at the bottom were books I found in like a box that people were throwing out. So, like, those weren't even ones that I specifically bought. And I think that if you find that any like bibliophile, such as myself, you have a bad habit of purchasing books faster than you can read them. So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe not faster. I have about half of the entire shelf. So the shelf that's all to the left, I've read completely. And the other one, I've read sections of it, but not the entire one.
I think there's only about like, honestly, 2 or 3 books that we haven't done because of this stream that I have read independent of this stream.
Yeah. I mean, you are leftist. This is what you were meant to do. What,
this
buy
is our
books and not read them?
This is our hyperfixation, all right? This is. But yeah, no, we are all about growing as people, and that's honestly like the one thing that I hope that we can instill, and I hope that we can share with our audience, right? And what we aim to do here. A lot of times, like, you know, if you join the Discord, we like have a certain section where you can find PDFs, right? And you'll be able to like follow along with us, because like the one thing we do with like the book streams that we like constantly say, but no one ever does, is that like we want you to read along with us. We want you to be like, hey, how come or what do you guys think about like this part about this book? Like, you know, think of it like a lot less like, oh, we're doing like, you know, like a grading average of like this chapter of this book or something, and more like, what do you think?
Yeah. It's like a book club. It's like a book club.
I think my point was that vulgar materialism gives way to biological reductionism, and biological reductionism gives way to some very silly takes. Absolutely. And
I agree.
like,
I agree. But also, we can also notice that there is also like a theological reductionism as well that can also come up into some very silly takes as well. So like, you know, we have to look at like, you know, when you take these certain ideologies as sacrosanct, whether it's like a position of biological eugenicism or scientific racism or racial hygiene, obviously that can have an extremely problematic take. But also, you know, religions can also develop into certain kinds of extremely harmful hierarchical structures that can cause many people to suffer.
right. You know, I think that, again, right, whichever way the blade cuts, right, there are people, right, that can use this for very good, very great, very wonderful things, right? And the flip side is also true, that like no matter what, like, you know.
Wait, did you say Spider-Man?
What?
Did you say Spider-Man?
I did not say Spider-Man.
With great power comes great responsibility. You know?
No, I did not quote Uncle Ben. All right.
Well, I'm saying it's apt.
It is. I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty apt. But like, you know, I think that there are people that, you know, whether we're talking from like a theological or secular side of things, can also use like biological reductionism and secularism to, you know, very bestial ends.
Both of these ideologies can be weaponized for repression.
Right.
But also, you know, when I was taking my religion course, you know what I'm saying? I was, I equated everything that I was reading in my religion course and how my view on religion now as a 33-year-old person, as opposed to a kid where I just wanted to reject religion and in a very chauvinistic and critical and what I would imply to myself and not on anyone else in an immature way. What I look at it now and what I asked myself when Camus wrote The Myth of Sisyphus, right? You're able to like look at this thing, the myth of Sisyphus, where he's utilizing Greek mythology to make taking a parable of Greek mythology and utilizing it as a allegory for the human condition. I think that's very valuable. So when I look at Greek mythology, I don't think about Greek mythology as something that I actually believe, and you have to be like, that's all a bunch of fairy tales, and that's all a bunch of made up bullshit, and it doesn't exist in reality, and science can't prove it. It's like, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's cool, and it helps. It's stories to help you understand this insane trap that we're in, called the human mind and the human condition. So it's like, think about if you ever read Dante's Inferno. If you ever read Dante's Inferno,
I have.
This book was written in like the 1500s, and it's about, you know, this guy Dante going into the 9 circles of hell. And he's a Catholic. He's a devout Catholic, but he doesn't write. He does this really interesting thing where hell is filled with not only like the Cerberus is in hell of Greek mythology, which obviously has no basis in Catholicism. And then also Aristotle and Plato are in hell.
Virgil is in hell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he comes across all of this shit. Like, self-insert fanfic. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He utilizes all of these like historical parables and mythologies to tell this story. And it's like, you can give me, whether it's Islamic, or whether it's, you know, the story of Siddhartha, whether it's with something that's Christian, you know what I mean? And there's a value, there's a teaching, there is like a life lesson in that. And that doesn't mean you need to look at this thing and be like, this is a real thing that happened. You can go and you can chart that Moses actually separated the Red Sea. There's archaeological evidence of it. We can prove it scientifically. It's like, dude, that doesn't even matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it happened or not. It's okay to be like, that probably didn't fucking happen. But we can still look at it and be like, what can I learn from this story? What does this represent in this fucked up fucking condition that I've been born into, that I had no part in constructing, that now I'm trapped into constantly struggling with my own existence and my own purpose?
Okay, Paradise Lost was written afterwards, but pretty much like Dante's Inferno and Paradise Lost have more influence over, like, especially like the Western conception of Christian theology, right, than the actual Bible itself, right? Because it's far more about, like, you know, the fantastical elements, right, of like hell, of, you know, eternal punishment, of, you know, a war in heaven, you know, from rebellious, like, you know, angels and all this other shit, right? Rather than like the actual like gospel of Jesus and shit. And that's how we wind up with people, especially in this country, that can follow something like the prosperity gospel, right? That is virtually no different from, like, you know, the temptation of Christ, but not the part, not Christ's response to, you know, being tempted by like the devil or Satan or whatever the fuck he's called in it, but like, you know, the actual part where it's like, no, God wants you to be rich and wealthy, and like, you know, like it's a bastardization of the entire concept.
Yeah.
And no, dude, the eye of the needle is a gate. I swear, bro. Like, that's why holidays are the same as pagan holidays. Well, I mean, like, the other thing is that
that's a response to what he said before. What's up, Plants, by the way? But he said Catholicism is
like
a fusion of Greek paganism with Christianity, and then he said that's why the holidays are the same as pagan.
Right. Yes. Well, I mean, like, you know, they had to do something to like keep people, you know, coming into the fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Right, but then we also know that they utilized the exact opposite when they were informing the missionaries to evangelize the black people of Africa, the natives of Africa, to be like, you have to teach them that being poor is good.
It's whenever it's convenient.
The meek shall inherit the earth. You have to make sure that your sermons are replete with these, so that there is not an understanding of the wealth that they sit atop. And if you're not familiar with the things that I'm talking about, I'm not being hyperbolic here whatsoever, and I'm not speculating whatsoever. If you read the letter that King Leopold sent to the missionaries and instructed them specifically of how to treat the African people, this is said explicitly. I'm not jumping to a conclusion and being like, oh, they probably did that. It was explicit that he stated that they can't know the wealth that they're sitting on top of. Like, he didn't want the people to be like, he didn't want the people to understand that they're sitting on top of a veritable gold mine. Sometimes a literal gold mine, but in in South Africa, but in other times, maybe it was a diamond gold mine. Maybe it was a rubber plantation gold mine. But, you know, you understand what I'm saying. That teach them that wealth is not the way to heaven. Teach them that the meek will inherit the earth. Teach them that being poor is virtuous.
Like Cracker, that is actually historically inaccurate and wrong. we have actually covered a number of times where, Africans have risen up.
Well, they said African Christians specifically.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're talking about African Christians, are you specifically talking about in Ethiopia, like the early Ethiopian Christians that where they're allegedly the Ark of the Covenant may be? There was Christian. I don't know why, but you sound just like Andrew Tate. I don't know if you've heard that before. I don't know which one of us you're referring to.
Please tell me it's me. Please tell me I'm the one that sounds like Andrew Tate.
Right, but Ethiopia had a Christian population, and also neither of us are British.
What color is your Bugatti?
Yeah, neither of us are British. But Ethiopia, I think, was one of the earlier ones because, I think within a decade of Christ walking the earth, there was Christian communities in Ethiopia. Now, obviously, Africa is a massive continent. And Africa is a massive continent, and you can't apply just a blanket of African Christianity. There's the one on the bottom is me. My name's Pat. How are you? In Ethiopia, obviously, Ethiopia is much closer to, the area of Palestine where Jesus would have been coming from. But then there's a misconception that all Christianity came to Africa through European missionaries in the late 1800s, which is not true. Christianity has existed on the African continent in some degree essentially since the time that Christ walked the earth, if he ever did walk the earth. I mean,
I choose to believe that there was a Christ, right? A Jesus Christ.
They say that there wasn't.
What?
I said if you watch Zeitgeist, they say.
I know. They say he's actually based off of what is it? One of the not one of the
it starts with Ra, the sun god.
Yeah,
is what it all bases from. If you believe fucking.
If you keep bringing it up, I'm gonna bring up the video.
Oh, is it Horus? It's Horus, the sun god.
I'm gonna bring up the video.
Just don't. We shouldn't do that.
We shouldn't do that. This is blending my private enjoyment shit in. So what the hell is it? All right, so should we go back to the debate, or do you want me to
watch that other video? I think
okay.
Even though the one guy the reason I even brought up that video, we did not hear speak yet.
Okay. So
you want to listen to it? I mean, it's only 8 o'clock. Do you want to listen to it?
Yeah, I mean, this video is only 20 minutes long, and the other one.
Yeah, but we're breaking the continuity.
All right. Okay. All right.
So just get past the rest of this kid.
Okay.
I think his time is done.
His time I think is done. All right. So this is the guy, right?
This is the one guy. This guy just debated Piers Morgan. It's very prescient to hear what this man has to say. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Debated him in a pro-Palestinian way.
If the next
just hit
speaker
forward a couple times. Who cares? There you go. Oh yeah, Hijab. Yes, Hijab.
That's the face of confidence.
Today. Thank you very much for coming. It's first day of Ramadan for us, and we're happy to have you. Now I've come here, me and Abdullah, actually, we've come here to refute magic. Wait a minute, what did you say? Let me say that one more time. We've come here to refute magic. It's actually an interesting magic trick where there is no bunny. There's no hat. And in fact, there's no magician at all.
Thank you, Frankenberry.
It's a proposition that something can come from nothing. Not only from nothing, ladies and gentlemen, but from nothing and by nothing. The Quran says, أَمْ خُلِقُوا مِنْ غَيْرِ شَيْءٍ أَمْ هُمُ الْخَالِقُونَ.
I am honestly, every time, right, I see one of these speakers, right, quote the Quran from memory, right, like Sami Hamdi, right, or this guy, or like any other, or what's his name from Let the Quran Speak. I'm genuinely impressed, right, like to be bilingual and then also to be able to quote from memory like this entire passage, right, and it's like he's like worked on like the pronunciation, the flow, everything about it. I don't know. For me, that's just very impressive.
I mean, he might have grew up in a household that do a bilingual household. You know what I mean? Where he might have been speaking both of these languages since the day he was born.
True.
The other guy, I'm not so sure. He said he grew up as a Christian. I mean, it might be different for him. I don't know. That's even more impressive. If you grew up strictly a Christian in England and then you were able to pronounce Islamic scripture such like that.
Right.
This guy may have grown up Muslim. He might have been speaking both languages from the very beginning.
Right.
They created from nothing. Or were they themselves the creators of themselves? Now we've heard Alex today, for the second time I've heard him say this, he says that the universe may have come into existence from nothing. Minute 14 to 15 in his video, Does the Universe Have a Cause? He says, when the universe came into existence, it well and truly came into existence from nothing. Now wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a challenge. That's an active claim. He said, I'm not here to make any active claims. Sorry, that is an active claim. Look at the syntax of that particular sentence. You're saying the universe came into existence from nothing. Don't pretend to be passive. Oh, I don't know. No, you do know. You're making a statement. Either you know what you're saying or you don't. Tell me how the universe came into existence from nothing and by nothing, ex nihilo. I want to know. Tell me how that's possible metaphysically, ontologically, cosmologically.
Bet you did, like Cracker.
Give me the answer, please. But it's interesting because in his other video, Something from Nothing, where he was debating the contingency argument with a fellow American, or an American man, minute 48, he says this, listen to this. He agrees with the radio guy that was speaking to him that the universe is a necessary existence. Wait a minute. What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? What does necessary existence mean? A necessary fact is a fact that cannot be any other way. 2 + 2 = 4. That's eternally going to be the case. So a necessary existence is eternal. It cannot be any other way. So wait a minute, if the universe is eternal, how could it come from nothing? Contradiction. It's a contradiction. You can't have it both ways, my friend. And this is what atheism leads you to.
Like Cracker, we've all seen the YouTube video about it. Like, it's not actually that true. I know many people that are veterans. There are actually many veterans, whether you know it or not, in chat with you right now. And I like, if any single one of them...
Are the veterans in the room with us right now, Johnny?
They are in the room with us right now. Okay? You've been in base. Okay. All right. So then you can talk to the other veterans in chat that are also fluent in Pashtun, which, let me see here. Hang on.
Contradictory set of propositions. Either you have
You mean
your cake
Pashto?
or you want to eat it. What are you going to do with it? Tell me now. Did the universe come from nothing? If so, how so? That's an active claim. Is the universe a necessary existence? If so, how so? That is an active claim. Is it eternal? Just, come on, please. Don't pretend to be innocent and agnostic. Number 2. You could say, no, there's a multiverse, or there's an eternal fabric, or there's an eternal universe. But a multiverse has the propensity of being any other way. And, I'm sure you study philosophy, you know what you're talking about. A possible existence, or a contingent existence, is defined by being able to be rearranged in any other way. If it can be arranged in another way, it's not necessary. It's possible or contingent. It's not necessary. So a multiverse cannot be necessary existence because it can be arranged in another way. It can be out of existence. So wait a minute. This is
Look, here's another thing, like Cracker. The amount of people I've met in the military that have talked about, like, the fucking translators that were necessary for, like, literally anything to happen, right, between them and, like, you know, the people, you know, surrounding the base, right? I find it quite in doubt the successes of the U.S. military's, like, you know, language teaching ability, considering we were there for 20 fucking years and still had very, very many translators that were absolutely incredibly necessary for just everyday functions within the region.
It's very important, guys. Hold on. You agree that there should and ought to be a necessary existence. If you agree with me on that, then you're not an atheist. Because the necessary existence is the Islamic definition of God. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. Say He is one and only. The self-sufficient, the independent. Meaning, the necessary existence. لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ. He begets not, nor is He begotten. Meaning
Also, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I have learned recently that, like, Islamic, I don't know if it's like law. And again, correct me if I'm wrong. That basically, if you have not encountered Islam, right, and I think the definition really, like,
Wrong.
Thank you, Sam. But like, how like in Dante's Inferno, like Virgil is in hell, and everybody is in hell that like never encountered like Christianity and stuff like that. In Islam, they're like, no, all those gods that they were praising turns out like are God.
What is eye-opening to me about Muhammad Hijab's statement here, and then also overall what they're discussing, is that like they're almost making like a, there's that thing like the spiritual atheism that's like, I believe in the universe.
Yes.
I just believe in the universe.
Yes, and then they do yoga and then say namaste.
He's saying that is Islam. Like that what you're saying is not different to what Islam. He's saying that if you believe that there is an undergirding force in the world that, like, not even consciously, but just something that pre-existed and like set in motion the world as the fabric of the world that we know it, that is Allah. That's what this guy, if you let it play, that's kind of like what he's saying here. And it's kind of interesting to think about it like that like this non-sentient, not anthropomorphized in any way. It doesn't even have to be conscious. It doesn't have to be omnipotent. It doesn't have to be omniscient.
Right.
It is just like something, if you believe that there is an energy, a force, an existence that predated the fabric that we live in, then that is Islam. That's what he's saying. I don't know how scalable that is to like all of Islamic understanding, but that's what he's saying. And it's interesting.
Right.
He's eternal. If you say that there's a necessary existence, you cannot say you're an atheist from an Islamic perspective. And from a philosophical one, moreover, we have to ask a question now. We're talking about Islam. So why
That's
is
awesome,
Islam
last
any
boss.
different from any other religion?
Good for you.
Because Islam talks about one necessary existence, one independent, one self-sufficient, not three in one, one in three, not a triune God, not a multiplicity of gods, a plethora of gods, not a pantheism. And by the way, I have to make this clear now. It was a bit of a straw man argument because Alex came up and says that Abdullah said that the universe has a cause. He never said that in the statement. But he had these written things. We never use the word cause. You can have a necessary existence, you can make an ontological argument for a necessary existence without causation at all. There's a difference between possibility and contingency on the one hand, or necessity and causation. You don't even need to, you can have it. You don't believe in causation before the universe? Fallacy of composition? Have it, no problem. You have to explain how there can be a world with only possible existences. How can there be a world with only possible existences? If you say there can't be, and we're happy to...
Hey, look, last boss. If you think that it's a bad thing, right, but you know what you would have to do for you to rectify that, right, then do it. But I wouldn't say that, like, what's the word? I'll just leave it.
What were they saying is a bad thing?
Like, nah, it's not good. I still believe in God, but I don't pray. There is a lot of people like me. Haha. Sorry, guys, continue. And, like, I don't think it's a bad interruption, but, like, I think, like, hey, look, if this is the push that you need to hear, like, do what you feel that you need to do to make it right.
So there's a necessary distance. You're no longer an atheist from an Islamic perspective. Because you believe in an independent, self-sufficient thing that everything depends upon.
So you pause it. An independent, self-sufficient thing that everything depends on. Like this material world that we understand is dependent upon this, like this other independent, self-sufficient thing. He's saying that if you believe in that in any capacity, that is consistent with Islam. That's what he's claiming. I haven't read the Quran. I haven't done anything else. But what this individual is saying, which I find very interesting, because I don't think I've ever heard a Christian talk in that. Well, maybe I have. Like, God is in all things. You know what I mean? Like, and actually, you've seen Dogma, I imagine, quite a few times, as I have. We grew up in the similar time period where Dogma was on.
Yeah.
Do you remember that scene where Chris Rock, they're sitting around the fire, and Chris Rock is saying, it doesn't matter what faith, as long as you have faith. You know, Chris Rock is an apostle. Chris Rock is an apostle in that.
Right, yeah.
I mean, and essentially, and it's always stuck with me since I was a child. That doesn't, my bad, cleaning the keyboard. What he says is that, you know, there's all this triviality, there's all this fighting, this bickering over like whose God is right. And he essentially says it doesn't matter. What matters is having faith. Right. And it's like, I always thought that was a really interesting perspective. You know what I mean? Just like the process of faith, as opposed to like whatever specific scripture, whatever specific belief system, whatever specific denomination.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe I'm being a little bit uncharitable because I have heard similar things from Christianity, but still overall, it's an interesting philosophical position.
Explanation for all of existence. Now, a secondary point we need to make is that Islam, the concept of God, the Tawheed, the monotheism, is something not only intuitive, but it's something, as we've seen, that can be reasoned from first principles, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why, already when we just look at the concept of God, so many of the major world religions are ruled out. Christianity is ruled out. Hinduism is ruled out. I would say Sikhism is ruled out. Why? Because of that pure monotheism, that respectable monotheism that Islam has to offer.
Yeah, that's another thing I think a lot of people like forget, that like Hinduism actually does have like a one big God, you know, and as well as Sikhism, which is completely unrelated to Hinduism or Islam.
Mm-hmm.
But in addition to that, as Abdullah alluded to, the meta-narrative of there being many prophets aforetime, many of them with the same message of Islamic monotheism, believing in one God and worshipping one God, is something which can be seen in the religious books. What Abraham said, what Moses said, what did they come and say? Even according to Old Testament literature, calling the people to monotheism. So, Islam also has an inbuilt system of falsification. It works in a similar way to science in many ways. 4 challenges, which I'm happy to take questions on, the questions and answer, or in the cross-examination. 1, if this book was from other than God, the Quran says about itself, there would have been many contradictions, chapter 4, verse 92. Number 2, the inimitability challenge. Try and produce something like it. And there is a quantifiable way of doing so, which we can talk about in the question and answers. Number 3, that Islam makes predictions about the future. And it specifies time and place. And this is my claim. It's the only religion to make a series of predictions about the future, none of which have not materialized. Whereas with anyone you want to mention who makes predictions of the future, at least some of their predictions will be falsified. And I'm willing to be tested on this. Test it. It's falsifiable. And in fact, this falsifiability is even stronger than the scientific one. Why? Because in scientific falsifiability, everything is susceptible to falsifiability. Everything that's done now, if I do a scientific experiment, now it can be falsified. But with a retrospective perspective, a hindsight perspective, if predictions have been made of the future, we can see whether those predictions are right or wrong. And we can talk about those predictions there's a book coming out called The Forbidden Prophecies by Aira. That's going to be something which details that case in detail. Now, the interesting thing is you have a nihilist, someone who does not believe in existential...
What is national revelation?
I don't know, because like I don't even think they know what they're talking about, because like,
well, I mean, like the concept of a nation state started in like, you know, the 1800s, you know what I mean?
Right.
At some point, you know what I mean? Like, you know, Judaism, you know, predates the idea of a nation state by literally thousands of years. Right. It just seems there's some kind of like national revelation that's inherent to Judaism. As a people saw the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai.
Right. Okay.
Is an existential nihilist who's cosmic skeptic. He's an existential nihilist.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Moral nihilist.
I'm sorry.
He is.
Is Islam not an Abrahamic religion?
It is, in fact. In fact, it's actually,
So in Islam, it all started with Muhammad. And Muhammad heard it, and there was no other prophets that heard any kind of divine revelation other than Muhammad in in Islam?
Oh, wrong. That's actually incredibly wrong. They, in fact, talk about Moses in the Quran.
That's what I'm saying. And Jesus is also in the Quran,
Yes.
also, just not as the son of God. And Abraham also has divine revelation.
He's a very big, important,
So it seems really weird that they would say something along the lines of saying that, like, oh, it's only one guy that heard some kind of revelation. That seems odd, doesn't it?
That's not accurate. I would at least read the Quran.
Well, I would read Wikipedia or something. I would do anything. I would do anything other than what you're doing right now. Like I would try maybe 20 minutes before you come in here and start saying.
Honestly, even less. You could probably just do like 5, and like
5 would do you a healthy 5 would do you a
healthy 5. I'm sure somebody on YouTube has already made like a 5-minute video about like Islam and like things you may not have heard or things you may not know. It's simple. Searches like that in the search bar on YouTube could probably like do a world of.
Muslims believe that God had previously revealed himself to the earlier prophets of the Jews and the Christians, such as Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Muslims therefore accept the teachings of both the Jewish Torah and the Christian Gospels.
Yep.
Now that was 15 seconds. That was 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That one can take.
I didn't even time you.
Let's just bring. I think I might have been generous with the 15 seconds. I think the 15 seconds. I think I allotted myself an extra couple seconds because I don't want to make anybody feel rushed. I want to make sure that everybody has a nice, luxurious 15 whole seconds to Google things before they talk. Johnny, I just sent it over to you. Why don't you put it on screen because I want everybody to indulge in this knowledge alongside me. Just a dab will do you. Huh. So this is just what I pulled up real quick. I just said, does Islam recognize Moses? Muslims believe that God previously revealed himself to the earlier prophets of the Jews and the Christians, such as Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Muslims therefore accept the teachings of both the Jewish Torah and the Christian Gospels. So
how long did it take you to type that?
The typing might have been the longest part of the entire process. It took me longer to probably type that. I would say maybe 5 seconds of typing and about 5 seconds of reading, and then 5 seconds of processing. And then I could go into some community and start giving my hot takes. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's probably a much more sound process than what our friend went through.
Yeah. And now they look dumb in front of, like
people,
a whole chat room of people.
Dozens of people. Yeah. In front of dozens of people. They look very silly. But also it's kind of cool that they did that because now I'm able to kind of look that up and like read like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like here's some like something that's definitive.
Right. Here's something I can like actually like bring up later if it comes up.
But I thought that Islam believes Jewish and Christian scriptures were corrupted through the translation when there's no evidence for the Father.
I mean, look, there is definitely corruption within Christian scripture. There's not even a question about that.
And also, you're typing in what you thought. I literally just read you something that is from PBS, Islam, Empire, and Faith. You know what I mean? So, like, you would have to bring something that's a little bit more. And here's a Wikipedia page: Moses in Islam. Moses is a prominent prophet and messenger of God, and is most frequently mentioned individual in the, and is the most frequently mentioned individual in the Quran. Hold on. Wait, actually, I'm so happy you're in chat with us today because you're really. I didn't know that.
Wait, where is Islam in Jewish scripture? If that's what I'm reading correctly, it had the Jewish scripture predates fucking.
Yeah. Wait, can you just open the Wikipedia page I just sent you? Because I just learned something incredible. Apparently, Moses is the most referenced prophet in the Quran.
Yeah.
You knew that?
I mean, I've watched a lot of YouTube videos and stuff, and that's what led me to be like, I just need to read the fucking thing and get this over with.
So Moses, son of is a prominent prophet and messenger of God, and is the most frequently mentioned individual in the Quran, that his name being mentioned 136 times and his life being narrated and recounted more than that of any other prophet. He is one of the most important prophets and messengers in Islam. Wait, hold on. Where's the part where it's corrupted? Hold on, go down. According to the Quran, Musa, who is Moses, by the way, Musa is Moses, was born to an Israelite family, and as a child, he is put in a basket which flows towards the Nile. I've heard this before. I saw that episode of Rugrats. That details this extensively.
Right.
He is put in a basket which flows towards the Nile, and eventually Musa is discovered by the Pharaoh's wife, not named in the Quran, but called Asiya. You got to go down a little bit for me, bud. In Islamic tradition, who takes Musa as Moses. I'm just going to say Moses so that everybody's on the same page. As her adopted son, after reaching adulthood, Musa then resides in Midian before departing for Egypt again to threaten the Pharaoh. During his prophethood, Moses is said to have performed many miracles and is also reported to have personally talked to God, who bestows the title Speaker of God upon Moses. The prophet's most popular miracle in him is dividing the Red Sea with miraculous staff provided by God. Or Allah. Maybe I should say Allah, just so that we all know what we're talking about here. Apart from the Quran, Moses is also described and praised in the Hadith literature as well. After Pharaoh's death, Moses and his followers traveled toward Jerusalem, where the prophet eventually dies. In Islamic tradition, he is believed to have been buried at Nabi Musa and eventually raised towards the heavens. Afterwards, he is reported to have met Muhammad in the 7 heavens following the latter's ascension from Jerusalem during the night journey. During the journey, Moses is said by Muslims to have repeatedly sent Muhammad back and requested a reduction in the number of required daily prayers, originally believed to be 50, until only 5 obligatory prayers remain. No, so it's from the grace of Moses that actually you don't have to pray 50 times a day, but only 5.
Yeah, Sami Hamdi talks about this pretty frequently in his speeches, but I just because they brought up something that like they said, right, this chatter, Islam believes Jewish scripture is corrupted.
I'm reading this right now, dude. I'm reading you like you're saying that.
Right.
I
literally Googled it exactly as they said it, right? Does Islam think the Torah is corrupted? Right.
Okay.
Generally, in English, the language that, like, I would say the vast majority of Jewish people that have existed throughout time have spoken English, right? As well as, like, the vast majority of people throughout time that have believed in Islam or Christianity, right? They are used interchangeably. However, some Muslims prefer to reserve Tawrat to refer to the original revelation of God to Moses, which some Muslims believe was later corrupted, possibly through the Babylonian captivity and the rewriting of Ezra and the men of the Great Assembly.
Just click that Wikipedia right there, Torah in Islam. Let's just read that. The Torah is an Arabic language name for the Torah. Okay. Within its context, as an Islamic holy book believed by Muslims to have been given by God to the prophets and messengers amongst the children of Israel. In the Quran, the word Tawrat occurs 18 times, referring to traditions of the Tawrat. Muslims have not only identified it with the Pentateuch and the 5 books of Moses, but also with other books of Hebrew Bible, as well as the Talmudic and Midrashim writings. Indeed, this is in the Quran. Indeed, we sent down the Torah in which the guidance and light, the prophets who submitted to God judged by it for the Jews, as did the rabbis and scholars by that with which they were entrusted of the scripture of God. And they were witnesses there too. So do not fear the people, but fear me. And do not exchange my verses for a small price, worldly gain. And whoever does not judge by what God has revealed, then it is those who are the disbelievers. I mean, so just in like the opening summary, it's not like they're like, this is something that is wholesale believed to be corrupted by like the entire Muslim community. So, I mean, I think that that's a pretty gross reduction that you're making of it here. It seems that within the Quran, not only Moses, the Torah are both viewed as gifts from God to the people through the Israelites and through the Jewish people.
So I would say that, again, right, Chatter F Dorgy or whatever the fuck your name is, right? Just lightest amount of investigation, right?
That isn't from like some like stormfront.com type thing, or I'm not sure where,
or the Daily Wire or something
like anything like that. It's probably not where I would be doing my investigation on this stuff.
Like it literally like would save you so much time. And again, not make you look like a fucking asshole.
An epistemological nihilist. He doesn't even believe in morality. And he's making a moral case today. I mean, I don't know how this works. I really don't know. He says, I subjectively value my liberty. In one of his videos, The Moral Argument, 1 hour and 16 minutes. Tell me how, from first principles, liberty works. Is it not based and predicated on a fictitious, hypothetical, mythological state of nature detailed by John Locke and Thomas Hobbes and those individuals? Where's the scientific evidence for that? Why do you believe that? Why do you believe in equality? John Locke established his equality on the hedonistic principle and on a theory of God. Now you're an atheist, try and find from first principles why you believe in equality. We as Muslims don't believe in second-wave feminism. Simple as that. Yeah, there's some things in Islam which are different for men than to women. Why do I have to justify myself to you? You have to justify why that equality of that Eurocentric understanding of equality of second-wave feminism.
So some Muslims have the minority view that the Torah wasn't corrupted. Where in any of that reading did you get that that was only a minority? It says it in literally in the fucking Quran. So what I'm saying is the base scripture is saying this. Is there a minority that believes that that's corrupted? Yes, but the base scripture itself believes that the Torah came from God. It was given to the Jewish people, and then that was brought. Then that was, you know, obviously the Islamic people, you know, sprung from that. They mentioned Moses more times than that. So like, I don't understand where you're getting this from, that it's only a minority of Muslims that believe that. Do you have like a source on that isn't something like
the Daily Wire?
Vile? anything credible that says that? Let's see. I'll go more down here.
Yeah, the Muslims believe the Torah was given to Jewish people, but they believe the Jewish people mistranslated that. This is Ayan Hirsi Ali, I heard say that. So you heard one guy say this.
Yeah, I mean, even here where it says semantics, there was some ambiguity among English. Can you just type in semantics real quick? Control F semantics on this Wikipedia page.
Hang on a second.
So you heard one person say that.
Hang on a second.
A minority of people.
This is the person that he heard say this.
Somali-born Dutch-American writer, activist, and former politician. She is a critic of Islam and advocate for the rights and the self-determination of Muslim women, opposing forced marriage, honor killing, child marriage, and female genital mutilation. It's a new atheism person. And then she converted to Christianity in last month. And she converted to Christianity 2 weeks ago. All right. Interesting.
Henry, by all means, you can go off. I'll wait till, like, you know, you've said your piece, and then I'll do what I'm gonna do.
Ree, please go ahead. Wait, can you go back to the thing where I just wanted to read the semantic thing about the what you were saying, that, you know, all Muslims or most Muslims believe that this was some kind of mistranslation by Jewish people, even though it was translated by Moses, I assume. Control F semantics, please. Okay. So there was some ambiguity among English-speaking Muslims on the use of Tawrat versus Torah. Oh, okay. The Arabic of the Quran and Hadith have only one word, Tawrat. Generally in English, they are used interchangeably. However, some Muslims prefer to reserve Tawrat to refer only to the original revelation of God to Moses, which some Muslims believe was later corrupted, possibly by Babylonian captivity and the rewriting of Ezra and the men of the Great Assembly. However, it is not possible to state without any authentic sources as to where, when, and by whom the Torah was changed. Since the Quran mentions Uzzar by name in chapter 9, verse 30, and does not say that he corrupted the Torah in this verse, it cannot be said that Uzzar did so. So, I mean, like, I'm just going off of, like, the basics here. So, like, I don't believe that there's any justification for you whatsoever to be saying that this is the majority Muslim belief.
But Pat,
some say it with absolutely no sources or basis.
He heard this, like, neocon conservative simp that's part of the new atheism fucking
Well, they're
camp.
not. No, they're Christian. They're Christian as of, like.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're right. They converted to Christianity like 2 weeks ago. Like he heard her say that. So.
Well, yeah.
There's got to be.
I gotta see this real quick.
As soon as, like, you know, you give me the word, I'll, you know. I'll give what's coming.
In the 60s that emerged is the objective morality. That's you, that's an active claim that you've made. You have to substantiate it. But listen to what he says in his video, My Problem with Sam Harris's Morality. Can I finish off?
Yeah, you got a minute now.
If you go to Somalia and tell those women, why do you put those women in bags? They will accuse you of cultural imperialism. So why are you asking the women if they've been put in bags? What kind of discussion is that? What kind of sanctimonious
Just so you know, I just want to let everybody know that this person that they heard that from is designated by the Southern Poverty Law Center as being an anti-Muslim extremist.
Huh. That's funny. That's interesting.
Oh no, it was retracted after. I'll in April 2006,
it was retracted.
2018, the SPLC retracted the anti-Muslim extremist list in its entirety after Nawaz threatened legal action over his inclusion in the list.
That's I must agree with at F. Dorgy. God revealed messages to prophets throughout history, slowly revealing religion step by step. Only 25 are named, but my dad told us there were hundreds of thousands. Some were believed, some not. As I was taught, we used to believe in the Bible and Torah and stuff, but man corrupted it. The Quran is Muhammad's miracle, that it would never be changed. My dad told me himself. We did believe the Bible, but it was altered. And
right, we were talking about that about the Bible the whole time.
Right,
that, the Bible has been altered.
100% agree with you. After neither Jesus nor Muhammad could have been prophets, since Orthodox Judaism believes that prophecy ended after the destruction of the Second Temple.
What does Orthodox Judaism have to do with whether or not Jesus or Muhammad could be like? I mean, obviously, from an Orthodox Jewish perspective, they would believe that, but that's not the perspective that we're looking at it whatsoever. And I don't think that their belief is some kind of like end all be all of what we're talking about here.
Right, and that's not to like dismiss their faith. That's not to dismiss their beliefs, right?
And also, you've changed quite a lot from your first sentence. That was that it's strictly Muhammad. They only have one guy, and you kind of had to like oscillate around into all these other positions to be like, okay, well, it wasn't actually one guy, but they believe it was corrupted. Well, actually, from the Orthodox Jewish perspective, actually, they can't be prophets. Like,
it kind of seems like they're literally learning about Islam by arguing with us.
They're pulling it up quickly to try to get another point in, another point in, another point in.
Right. So Ray, like, if you've made your piece, like
I don't think there's been anything like particularly offensive.
All right, fine.
They still have an opportunity to,
kind of morality is that? You have to first prove your morality. You're a subjective moralist. You don't believe in objective morality. Don't ask me about morality. You don't believe in it. Prove it. That's an active claim. And with that, guys, I want to say one last thing, which is that he made an egregious claim in one of his videos called The Liberal Hypocrisy on Islam. He said Islam is a racist religion. And I will tell you that Islam is the only religion in the ancient religion of the world which completely negates racism. Look at chapter 49, verse 13 of the Quran. Look at the Prophet. He said there's no virtue of a black man over a white man, an Arab or a non-Arab. Now, he's got three options. Option one, to retract the statement. Option two, option two, to provide the evidence. Or option three, face public humiliation today. And there's no fourth option. So don't make claims about morality and about Islam if you haven't even read the Islamic literature and you don't know what is in its contents. Sorry for I know it's quite a, performance, but it's a passionate topic for us. I'm thanking everyone here, and I also thank Cosmic Skeptic for coming and for once speaking to the Muslim community rather than about them. Thank you very much for listening.
We can stop it there. They go into a back and forth. We'll be here all fucking night if we watch the whole thing. Yeah. Maybe we'll pick it up next time. Who knows? Who knows what we'll do? But yeah, let's check out I know you've been waiting patiently for that. I just thought, I'm just saying that one video really changed a lot of what I believed about Islam, because I never heard really religion defended or explained in such like a strictly philosophical. It's like, it's not meaning like they didn't quote scripture to justify anything. They quoted scripture to be like, this is the context in which we believe in things. And a lot of it was just like philosophical, like, well, this is a fallacy. How can the universe come from nothing? And this is an infinite regress fallacy, and that's a circular, you know what I mean? And it's like a mental like game, like funnel that brings you. It's very interesting.
You're fine, Ray. You're not.
Come on. Please do. I would love for you to chime in on this. I would love any of our Muslim or Islamic chatters to be able to weigh in on this if they have something worth saying, or even if they don't. Even if you know nothing about it, I think it's worth.
Which is the most persecuted religious group in the world today? The answer, in terms of sheer numbers and sheer horror, might surprise you.
Is the Christians.
It's Christians, specifically Christians living in Muslim-majority countries.
Prager University is correct.
What country is Badmouth?
Okay, all jokes aside.
What was that, Badmouth?
I
didn't even realize that he had a face reveal.
And this is from years ago, and I'm pretty sure he's some kind of English.
He's made videos since then where he doesn't show his face, right?
I think.
Topic. I hope you watch until the end.
Last month, Dinosaur Communist Party, CPGBML, released this irky reactionary article. It's been a common trend of their online presence, and frankly, it really stinks. But as disheartened as I am when I see stuff like this on the web, I am also reminded that I am now part of a left
think
that
that's
is no
happening,
longer
right.
respectful of these vulgar, outdated gestures. And the left of today truly is a very progressive bunch. We fight for the rights of gender minorities, stand
Oh,
with
what's that, Donkey
people at the
Kong? Is
forefront
that Donkey
of
Kong
racial
64?
oppression.
He did like a 24-hour a stream to raise money for it was some kind of like trans rally or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, nice.
It was for charity, I think, possibly.
By and large, the Islamic world is a Bronze Age society filled with misogyny, anti-Semitism, illiberalism, and opposition to modern technology. What? What do you think is happening in the Arab Gulf states right now? You think they're not embracing modern technology in the Arab Gulf?
Also,
Like,
what do you think the Islamic Golden Age was, and what do you think was happening in Europe at the time of the Islamic Golden Age?
where, like, you know, math was being invented and philosophy, the basic of philosophy and sociology and like written word were all being created. Yeah, and also Arabs are Semitic, by the way. The logical conclusion of the Quran's prescription of the society is something that isn't feasible in the 21st century. Bro, you know, first of all, I've been to Saudi Arabia. I hate to pull this card on you, but I've literally been to Saudi Arabia. And I'm telling you, they have modern technology in abundance. Do you know what they're doing in the United Arab Emirates? Do you know what Qatar is like? Qatar is like I mean...
Qatar.
We're not blocking them. It's all right, Ree. You're good.
They weren't washing the filth of God from their body. But you know,
like,
Ray,
what basis do you even have to say that unless you're just coming from like an extremely like racist position that all is, you know, all people that are Muslim are in some kind of like mud hut goat herding community, and some of them are in a way, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that's an extremely reductive way of looking at things. When like obviously the biggest Muslim country in the world is fucking Indonesia by population, and you have like this like immensely vibrant fucking Gulf states.
Right.
Try being a political dissident or religious minority or Jewish in an Islamic majority country. Okay.
Like which
let's
one?
Talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that for a second. I'll agree with you that there's certain issues in Muslim majority states with being Jewish, but we can find, no, Jesus Christ, Indonesia chops drug users up. Yeah, so does fucking
America doesn't?
What's that other place over there? What's that like couple corporations in a Singapore?
Yeah.
So does Singapore. What's it,
the Philippines?
But if you listen to anything about the testimonies of people like Avi Shleim, who was a Iraqi Jew living in Iraq prior to the Nakba, he said that Jewish people got along just well with Muslim people until the issue that kind of Israel inserted into the region that caused a lot of ethnic antagonism.
I believe he states that for 2,000 years before the Nakba, they existed within Iraq, and they were part of every societal facet within the state,
and
contemporaneously known as
Iraq.
Iraq.
It sound that being like a public political dissident is acceptable in like most of the world, like as if that's something like uniquely problematic to Muslim majority countries, because it's not.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, even in like, you know, the liberal areas, you know, well, I mean, obviously look at fucking Israel right now, but even in America, you obviously have Julian Assange and who's the other guy, Snowden. Obviously, you know, China has issues with this type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, India has issues with this type of thing. I would say all of Latin America. In America, you can criticize Christianity. In Iran, you can't criticize Islam. Iran is one of like is like one country out of many. And like, you know, is Iran like a little bit more, what's the word that I say, heavy-handed in its like Islamic approach? Absolutely. Are there problems with with Iran and its political structures? For sure, dude. For sure.
Oh, no, I was talking about Avi Shleim is Jewish, Ray. And Avi Shleim said that, like, you know, Jewish people had existed in Iraq and had, you know, been there for 2,000 years, right? So prior to the Nakba. So, to say that, like, out of the entire, you must separate religion from culture, right? I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, like, obviously Islam had been in Iraq for quite some time, and yet during that whole time that Islam existed in Iraq, right, Jewish people also existed.
And I'd like to put this out too. You can look back at the history of Iran. You can go back to the time of Mossadegh and even the Shah, even though the Shah was a dictator. And this was an extremely like progressive, secular, and at times nationalistic / socialistic time where there was a great embrace of like modern technology and what you would consider like, 21st century culture, etc. And then, through the United States meddling with their affairs, you kind of ended up with the Islamic Revolution of the Ayatollah Khomeini, which, I agree. There's a lot of fucking issues that have come from that kind of, fundamentalist approach to governing a society. I don't disagree with that whatsoever. But you could also have to look at like Western intervention that has preceded a lot of that in many places, such as Afghanistan, such as Palestine, such as Iran, such as Libya, such as even maybe not has fully been realized in Syria. But, obviously in Syria, it's kind of, you can see the forces that are being propped up by the West in Syria against a secular nationalistic government of Assad. Not that I think Assad is some kind of like a, nice guy, choir boy or anything like that. I mean, we have.
He was just an optometrist. He wasn't supposed to take over. He was supposed to be his brother. All right.
Yeah. I think you're just, I think you're flailing at this point, right?
They shouldn't have stolen the British's oil. Did Iran, did Mossadegh go to the Isle of England and then steal
the oil-rich islands of the Anglo-Saxon people and stole their oil? Right then, what you doing?
We're taking your. Sorry, no, that's awful. Like, what the fuck? What do you think happened? Like, what? He nationalized oil, which was already owned by private British oil companies. How did they own it?
Won't somebody think of the oil? Won't somebody think of the British oil?
How did they come upon that property?
Do you think like some kind of like an agreement? And first of all, do you think it was some kind of
No. How did they come to that property?
Wait, hold on.
How did they come to that property? My man, I want to hear his fucking answer.
When you say that it's their property, do you believe that there was some kind of property deed that was allowed to the English that said you own Iranian oil in perpetuity? That every drop of oil that comes out of the Iranian earth is the property of. That's their property rights. So there was a deed. Is that what you're saying? Property rights only exist with a deed. They don't exist intrinsically or naturally. So were you saying that there was a deed that was given to the British to say you own every drop of oil that comes out of the Iranian nation in perpetuity?
Here, I'll give you like something that you're probably flailing right now and like going all over Wikipedia trying to find something, but Sykes-Picot. Right, is a term that you might want.
I don't know if Sykes-Picot
was Iran included in Sykes-Picot?
I don't believe so.
Oh shit! No, I'm wrong then. I guess it would have been considered Persia at that time. Not the English. Okay, so what are you saying? Because you keep doing this, where like you say one thing, we prove you wrong.
It's not an Anglo-Indian trading company. It's an Anglo-Iranian, and it's not a trading company. It's Anglo-Iranian oil. I don't know where you got Anglo-Indian from.
There's no anti-other religion in Islam more than do not follow someone else's religion. I think even more so than that is just like don't be, polytheistic. But again, you're the practicing Muslim, not me. For you is your religion, and for me is mine.
Okay, I challenge you to show me a deed that says that they own the oil.
There's a hadith that if God wanted us to be all one way, do you really believe he couldn't do that? He wants us to worship him willingly. In Islam, you cannot force anyone to be or practice Islam. It does not count. You must accept and practice in your heart. And you must also not kill other Muslims, if I'm not mistaken, as well. From occupied Palestine and a lot of the history here, at least I could answer some of the history about us here. I'm from the Arabs of 48, though. well, we are blessed to have you in our chat.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
The Iranian government shouldn't have stolen it from that company. So they can't. How do you steal something that is from your country?
I know for a fact that company did own it. You can't own oil. You can own a processor of the oil. You can, you know what I mean? You can't own the oil itself is my point. Because I'm not even disagreeing with you that Iran nationalized the oil, the equipment by which you get the oil out of the ground.
But you're saying that the government shouldn't own oil or land. What about, so the English shouldn't own oil or land?
Yeah, because you know that was the Anglo-Iranian company.
Right, and then there's the English royal family that I believe still owns like most property in England. You cannot judge Islam on a corrupt government. Absolutely, Ray. So, you know, Ray, with your permission, right? Oh, well, that we can agree on. You've saved yourself at least another like couple minutes. I don't know.
What about the Shah? Do you know what Shah means?
Shah.
You know what Shah means?
King, I want to say.
It doesn't just mean king. It means something more than that.
I'm cheating, chat. Don't judge
I just want to see if anybody knows what the Shah means. It means the king of kings.
Oh.
It's better than a king. It's better than the king. It's the king of kings. So what I'm saying is that after the secular nationalist Mossadegh went and nationalized the Iranian oil for the purpose of assisting the Iranian people out of poverty, the United States deposed him and imposed the Shah, which was also a secular dictator. And there was a lot of cultural progress in Iran under him, but he was also a brutal and repressive dictator who was in the pocket of the West. So they imposed the king of kings onto Iran that was on a secular path following Mossadegh.
Right. I think it's actually, let me see here, Old Persian, which used to consider as Median, which was compared to Avestan, power command, corresponding to Sanskrit, there's a little bit of,
So I just want to say real quick, Muhammad Reza Pahlavi, commonly referred to in the Western world as the Muhammad Reza Shah, was the last Iranian monarch. He began ruling the imperial state of Iran after succeeding his father Reza Shah in 1941 and remained in power until he was overthrown by the Iranian Revolution, which abolished the country's monarchy and established the present-day Islamic Republic of Iran in 1979. Owing its recognition and status in Iran's final monarch, he is usually called the Shah. In 1967, he took up the title Shahanashah, the King of Kings.
Okay.
And that's in 1967 after he was imposed by the United States.
Okay. I was going after like the etymology of the word Shah.
Well, I'm just saying.
But you are correct.
He's referred to as the King of Kings.
Right.
I'm not making that up.
Right. This is a man very clearly and willingly taking up a very, sort of blasphemous, I guess. As for the misogyny, the Prophet Muhammad was a poor illiterate. When he asked for his first wife to marry him, she was the most successful tradeswoman in the tribe. Oh, that's a whole other conversation that I'm sure we can get into, otherwise we'll be here like for weeks. My point was just that if Iranian...
They didn't get invaded, first of all. It was a coup by the fledgling CIA. It was actually the only person they were invaded by was Kermit Roosevelt.
Right.
Kermit Roosevelt is the only person that invaded fucking that.
That's right.
So here, I have one question for you, right?
Okay.
So let's say, I just want you to, F. Dorgy, I just want to pose you a hypothetical, right? So let's say you have a country, right? You have a country and people come to that country and they overthrow your government and they impose a dictator, right? And that dictator signs contracts with another organization outside of your country. Let's say you have some kind of mineral wealth in your country, right? If that dictator signs a contract giving some other entity, a foreign entity, exclusive rights to those individuals, and it was not done based on like a democratic will of the people, it was actually done by a dictator that was imposed upon the country, should the rest of eternity those people have to live under the subjugation of that contract that was imposed on them by a dictator.
They can't hear you.
How many decades? How many decades should they have to live under that?
All right. So maybe when they're back.
That's fine.
Far outside simply the economic realms. They say that oppressions align, and when you look at the left of today, you can really see that. But as time goes on, there can always be that tendency for our viewpoints to become short-sighted and clouded with prevailing dogma. This is a video about one of those. This here is a map of West Asia and North Africa, a region collectively termed together as Wana, or MENA. It is home to many different ethnicities that are not of Arab origin. Some you know, some you don't. And within this region there are numerous ethno-religious minorities. But 2 years ago, when Kaboo did a study to find out the nature of racial profiling in the UK, only 1% of respondents listed the Middle East as being linked with Christianity. The on-the-ground reality is that millions of Christians still live and breathe in the Crescent. It is, after all, the birthplace of the Yahweh religion. And contrary to the very bland, pastiche Christianity that tends to fill the Western churches, the faith of the Wana is distinctive in being very, very diverse. To the followers, the faith is particularly sacred and in many times a physical part of their identity, in a similar way to how Jews or Irish Catholics might view themselves. There are up to 25 million Christians in Wana.
All right, should I repose my question?
Gradually decreasing throughout the 20.
Well, now that the ads are done for them, I guess if you want.
All right. So my question to you is, let's say that there's a hypothetical nation. We'll call it Widgetstan, okay? I don't know why I said widget, but you know how like in like economics classes, they just put widgets in for whatever. We'll call it Widgetstan, okay? There's a country called Widgetstan, and they have a widget mineral that's very valuable. Let's say some government comes in and forcibly imposes some kind of leader on them. And then that leader makes a contract with a foreign entity to own the vast mineral widget wealth of that country and have exclusive rights to its. Vika, are you in here to translate whatever
I think they're
Russian?
just saying hello, communist.
Okay, great. They have an exclusive contract to that. And it had nothing to do with the will of the people. It had nothing to do with the conditions of the country. It does not address the poverty of the country. None of the issues. It's actually detrimental to the country. And let's say this goes on for decades, far after the individual that signed the contract is long gone. Would you say that the individuals of that country are required to abide by that contract that was imposed on them by a dictator through no democratic process in perpetuity? Is there at any point a way that they're able to reject the imposition of an unjust and undemocratic contract to a foreign entity?
Century, and largely this is due in part to a considerable amount of persecution and repression, including genocide, which to PragerU's credit, they're right. When we're talking about religious minorities, Christians are
acquired property within that country. Because I don't think anybody in the world believes you.
I don't think you believe.
I don't think you believe it either. So that's like being like, okay, so do you believe in the American Revolution? Like the revolution of the colonies that created the United States of America? Do you believe in that?
Because if you want to talk about like illegally acquired property, well, boy howdy.
I'm not even talking about the natives. I'm talking about the British.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the British too. I'm also talking about another place in the world.
You believe the American Revolution was a net benefit? I'm not asking you if you believe that it was a net benefit, right? I'm asking if you believe that that it was the right thing to do. Do you think it was the right thing to do at that time?
Do you think they legally acquired the land?
Do you think they legally acquired those colonies? I believe it was.
No. I didn't ask you if you thought it was right. I asked you, do you think it was legal?
Yeah. Do you think there was a legal process that respected property rights? I believe it happened. Let's go with that.
No. That's not the question.
No, that's Frank and Pat. That's Frank and Patty.
I know. But like, I want to hold them to it. Do they think it was legal?
Yeah.
The yes or no question.
The British.
The British.
Listen, we're not even going to go to the native thing.
I know.
I'm trying to keep it on their territory.
I know.
My understanding, there wasn't a comprehensive legal system of property rights in the colonies of America. Why? This was long after the Glorious Revolution. Like, you know what I mean? This happened long after the Glorious Revolution of Britain. You know what I mean? Like, Britain was already well into, its liberal development by that time. Why wouldn't there be property rights? And also, do you think there was property rights under the monarchy of Iran? Oh boy, oppose modern tech? That's the Amish. Absolutely. If you look at what's going on right now, the people have no voluntary access to even water. They're under siege. Even before Israel threw that hammer down on Palestinians, they only had a few hours of electricity a day and so much water and so much food and not allowed to build. And that's just sad and infuriating. The people are oppressed by the government, not the religion. I'm 99% sure porn is haram, but having a phone or TV isn't. There was property rights. Come on, it's the British we're talking about. They loved property rights. Yeah, they're the ones that like enclosed the commons.
Right.
And, like they fucking loved property rights.
They
bro.
kicked off this shit.
Yeah, they are the property rights country.
Highly persecuted. But I know, and you know as well, that these people are being very insincere here. Dennis and his entourage represent, or at least promote, what could only be described as white man's Christianity. The collective tradition of imperial, crusading, nation-conquering religious zealots of manifest destiny.
What legal basis was that legally justified under? Under what legal jurisdiction would you say that it's illegal to to take over a colony?
Wait, hang on a second. They say, I believe the American Revolution was legally justified.
That's what I mean. By what law? What legal? What legislative body was that? Legalized under? Is what I'm curious.
Malcolm X was not really wrong when he called Christianity the religion of the white man. That was all that he could see at the time. And all of these people's religious conceptions would appear highly unorthodox.
Certainly not in the law of the British. Just in case you were wondering, the British certainly felt that was not legal.
No.
And they certainly had jurisdiction over their colonies, at least in a formal sense. Obviously, I'm not trying to show for the British here, but I mean, if you're talking about like who was the legislative body that had law jurisdiction over the English colonies, it would be the English. And they were like, nah, this is illegal actually.
Well, I mean, like,
nah, bro, this is illegal.
They so far have displayed some favoritism here where it's just like, well, it's okay that the Americans do it. It was justified.
But this is the thing. This is what we're trying to get them in here. We're trying to be like, oh, it's weird that you think that that's perfectly fine for the British, but not so much for the Iranians. I mean, not for the British, for the glorious American Revolution, but not for the Iranians.
Now, if they would just say it's because
you would have to demonstrate to me what the difference between those two things was. And it can't just because one people were white.
If it was just, well, that's what I'm getting at. It's like, if that is the case, then just be open about it. It's fine. Nothing's gonna happen to you. I wouldn't lie. Okay, but how is the case of the American Revolution where
the land, dude?
Where the Americans didn't nationalize natural resources like the Iranians?
Land is a natural resource.
What are you talking about?
They literally stole the land.
Americans didn't nationalize entire swaths of forest? Don't even do that, right? It's not worth the time. They're not interested in answers. Just come on. Come on, Dorgy. Just say it. Just say it.
Visit a Wana Christian community. Yet still, how often is it that you see right-wing commentators and outlets picking up on Christian oppression in the global south to regurgitate their hatred and vitriol and encourage further discrimination against Muslims in the west? Just a quick search on Breitbart and you'll see how many times they've already covered this issue. This is what
Bro, what is your definition of natural resources, bro? What do you think the fucking colonies were? What do you think land is? What do you think farmland is? What do you think a revolution?
What do you think happens on a farm?
If a revolution isn't political, if a revolution isn't political, what is it? Is it private? Was that the free market? Was that a free market revolution? You're saying there wasn't a concerted political body like ensuing a revolution?
Dorky, do you think that no one in England owned those plantations?
Yeah. You think there wasn't a deed to those plantations?
That's okay, last boss. You're doing just fine. Dorky. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Slaves were property too at that time, bud.
Come on.
They do. And when right-wingers do resort to the lowest of low arguments to get their points across, the left, as it always does,
What about all them
responds in a very
slaves?
appropriate and effective manner. What about the Crusades? There is a contradiction here that we need to talk about. On the one hand, we're advocates for intersectionality and the dynamics of oppression, looking out for the nuances of thought and removing ourselves from binary choices and bullshit assumptions. But on the other, we can't help getting away from very Eurocentric conceptions of various topics. In other words, we do choose binaries here. Many Western leftists tend to look at religion through this lens. They incorrectly view Christianity as a global oppressor, completely overlooking the examples where this just simply isn't the case, and thus ignoring many groups that are severely marginalized. And after a while, we forget about the fact that we're just regurgitating another dogma. For us, Islamophobia is racism. Might be a fine thing to say.
Dorky. Dog. Are you kidding me? We have literally been doing your homework for you for this entire conversation. But Pat's trying to find a book for you to read. I'm not clicking anything that you send me. I know. I don't want you to. I want nothing from you. Do you understand why?
Because we realize that in Western society, Islam is heavily racialized. And so many of those who may quote-unquote look Muslim, like Sikhs, are also targeted. But often, expressing this to a Wana Christian might rightly come across as quite reductionist, especially when this is one of the few times they're ever given attention here in the West. Add this onto the fact that when Wana Christians want to speak out about their oppression, they're often accused of being racist themselves, along with other accusations of bad faith.
So, this
Can you
video
pause
might...
it real
Oh,
quick?
okay, yeah, I'll pause it.
Okay. So, just wanted to get a couple things out here because I know you're saying you can't do your homework for me and everything like that. And I want to make sure that you don't feel a responsibility to do someone's homework for them, okay? So what I'm going to suggest you do is read a couple books. The first I would say is to read All the Shah's Men. This is by, it's the same guy, Stephen Kinzer, who also the same guy that wrote The Brothers, about the Dulles brothers, and he also wrote Bitter Fruit. It's a great book about the coup in Guatemala that occurred in the 1940s. So that's the first one. The second one I would say is check out The Coup, because this not only talks about the coup that happened to Mossadegh, but also about the relations or the implications that it has for the entire Middle East or the entire modern U.S.-Iranian relations. It's the roots of it. It delves into all that. And again, there's another one that's also by Stephen Kinzer called Overthrow that talks even more about the overthrow of Mossadegh. Then I would say read about the inventing of the axis of evil. This book has a section on it about Iran that's like more of like a modern context that you can read kind of like for like more modern post-1990s relations between the United States and Iran. And then also just on top of that, I would read Islam and the Myth of Confrontation just to kind of like try to like seep away some of the beliefs that you have about Islam that are like obviously extremely ill-informed.
Oh, and Ray might appreciate this one.
What's that?
Ray might appreciate this one. I recently got this book called The Future of Islamic Liberation Theology. It's edited by Shadab Rahmatullah. But mine's much, much thinner than the books that Pat was showing.
Safe. Just as Islam has largely been racialized in the West, the same formula does apply to Muslim-majority nations regarding how Christianity is viewed. When attacks are caused in the West by Islamists, Muslims in the area are rightfully quite terrified and anxious about the upcoming reprisals that might be made against them. We do not, however, see why an attack from a white supremacist against Muslims would also result in a similar effect to Christians in the East. Anti-West rhetoric has been heating up over the past 70 years, and with it the false assumption that Christianity is intrinsically Western. The result has been demonization of the Wana Christians as fifth columns to Western imperialism. Assyrian Christians are one of those ethno-religious minorities indigenous to the region, and they have faced centuries of persecution and genocide. Many of us...
Pat, do you want to weigh in on where Dorgy got most of their information from?
I mean, like, I just, like, it's, like, at this point, like, I just don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like,
let's see. David Wood, Christian apologist. Don't even need to go further than that. What was the other one? From the apostate prophet? What the fuck does that even mean? Who the fuck even is that? A fucking Twitter handle? And Sam Harris.
would you say that any of those people are like foremost like experts on the subject? Or are they kind of like just like people that have like different specialties that kind of make comments on that topic?
How do you know that, Dorgy? Or is it just some random person on Twitter?
Us may well know about the Armenian genocide of 1915 by the Ottomans, which is still denied by Turkey to this day and still not recognized by the US and UK. But what many of us don't know is that at least 300,000 Assyrians were also victims alongside the Armenians. In 1933, around Simele, Iraq, after waves of anti-Assyrian propaganda, the Iraqi army brutally slaughtered 6,000 Assyrians and decimated over 60 villages. The campaign was the first military act undertaken by Iraq after gaining independence from Britain a year prior. Both the atrocities of 1915 and the Simele massacre in 1933 are what prompted Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin to later coin the word genocide. After the assassination of Iraqi Prime Minister Abdel al-Karim Qasim in 1963, the following decade saw the rise of Saddam Hussein and his Ba'athist party in Iraq, supported by the US. And what came with it was a new wave of violent anti-communism. Many communists were killed and imprisoned, effectively culling the Iraqi Communist Party, of which a sizable percentage at the time were Assyrian, as many joined in resistance to their oppression by Arab nationalism and Islamism. In fact, the party's first secretary was an Assyrian named Yusuf Salman Yusuf, who was found hanged over a decade prior on the 14th of February, 1949. With this and the general increasing repression towards their identity and appropriation of their villages via Arabization policies, thousands of Assyrians fled the country between the 60s and the 80s. The most recent mass exodus was from the Iraq War, taking the population from 1.5 million in 2003 to now less than 275,000. Since the rise of ISIS, the rate of attacks have only increased, including most notably the 2010 Baghdad church massacre, which claimed over 100 casualties. And even just 5 years ago in Mosul, they committed yet another genocide, where Christian homes were marked with the Arabic letter N for Nazarene, followers of Jesus of Nazareth.
The Assyrian population now stands at around 2 to 4 million people, with most of those in the diaspora. The lack of vigor in the West to address the plight of these people, and indeed the plight of various other minority groups from the region, can be felt severely. During the 2016 election, a large proportion of the diaspora in America was supportive of Donald Trump.
This video will explain things like, I don't know if you're a fan of System of a Down, like I am, right? Especially such a left-leaning, like, you know, at least like politically, especially earlier in their career, like a left-leaning, you know, Armenian diaspora band, right? With a very strong left-wing political message. This video will explain why someone of their background would be supportive of Donald Trump.
Dagadoon said pause face.
Does this not seem like on the surface a politician who would be completely against their interests? The very group who would be first on the pecking order in terms of deportation? Yes. And indeed, in due course, this has been the reality for them. Now, after putting in their pledge to live and work, they are now cast asunder and betrayed by whom they thought they could trust. But just as the right time would come around for a show of solidarity, the left were largely silent on this issue. In fact, many liberals actually defended their deportation, saying they deserved what they got, effectively defending their genocide. Did anyone at any point ever question whether or not we should ask their perspective on this issue? Even the terminology used by many well-meaning people on the left to refer to Donald Trump's policies does present sort of an issue. It became known as the Muslim ban, but with such high numbers of Wana Christians affected, isn't this a bit misleading? And isn't it just the kind of erasure that we ought to be avoiding when we're discussing the marginalized?
The right has been a stickler when it comes to appropriating leftist talking points, as I've spoken about numerous times now. The EU used to be a lot more of a conservative tradition, opposed by many factions of the left, including of course the late Tony Benn. But after sections of the right-wing discourse took it by their shoulders, all the left could seem to do in response was go, "No, EU good. The EU is an undemocratic, monolithic entity that controls large hegemony over the continent. This is something the left has always been against. And how we seem to have all been shuffled into the pro-EU corner just to own the right is baffling. How dare they? How dare we allow them to take control of this narrative?" On the topic of narratives, many on Twitter were stunned a while back at the revelation that alt-right YouTuber Braving Ruin, formerly Edgy Sphinx, was of Egyptian descent. In other words, he ain't white. In a movement almost entirely made up by white nationalists, this seems like a
It depends, you know. That's the thing about whiteness, is that it kind of vacillates wildly, doesn't it?
There's people that, you know, are of Egyptian descent that would pass for white in like any circle, you know, as well as Palestinian descent, you know, or Arabic descent in general.
I hear from people of these lands that Hamas did fight ISIS. I don't know if that's true. If you know, you guys, any info about it?
I'm actually almost certain that that is true.
Right, because even the Taliban.
That doesn't make Hamas great or anything like that, but it's just something that happened.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, I believe even the Taliban is like, no, fuck ISIS.
contradiction.
You know you're fucking up when even the Taliban is like, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Fuck you.
It's not. He's a Copt. another Christian minority native to Egypt that has been increasingly targeted in recent years. It was from Braving Ruin's own testimony that we find what led him towards the right was very much so a conflict of his own knowledge. Because for all we try and ignore this issue, these groups are dying. There just isn't that convenient option for the displaced, vulnerable diaspora, coming to a place where they no longer fear being lynched. For them, when they arrive, to see a left whose only regurgitated knowledge has been Eurocentric, they gravitate towards the side that is saying the left hates Christianity. And while this might sound silly to you, these minorities do not have that privilege. And when the right wing are the only ones talking about their issues with mostly silence or dismissal from the left, what more would you expect? We're not even presenting faux dramatizations of anger here. We're completely turning our back to their voices in favor of pleasing narratives. As Westerners, we do have this privilege. We can pick what we like from the Orient and ignore the darker sides of the conflict. Anti-imperialism, for example, is a no-brainer. But there can be a tendency among some leftists to end up ignoring how...
Hey, look, Gaddafi, he was kind of a wild card, right? Like, you know, there was like a lot of good, but there was some sketchy shit in there too, I'm not gonna lie, okay?
Imperialism often affects the most vulnerable, the indigenous and the minority.
Through Arabization policies, Gaddafi denied the existence of the Amazigh. Their identity is a non-Arab indigenous group that was harshly repressed.
And remember, we talked about this. This is the same.
The Amazigh from the how Europe underdeveloped.
A lot of times they're called Berbers, but the Amazigh is actually the indigenous, like the native, Berbers is like this fucked up thing that comes from Greek because of the way that they talked, and they made it sound like their talking was like ba 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 ba. So it's like Berber was a I don't know what the word is, like where it's like an evolution of that, and that's actually where barbarian came from, and that's actually where the term Berber came from. So it's not like it was theirs, like that they elected for their own name or anything like that.
Right.
It was just
Right.
Amazigh is actually the real name for what were the North African Berbers.
Right. It's one of those instances where, like, you know, Spain refers to itself as España, you know, or like, you know, China is actually like Zhongguo, right? I think. And like, there's plenty of other instances.
Groups. Some people don't even recognize that these groups exist. It's not too complicated to talk about this. There's also just the case of generally needing to listen to women and minorities without the immediate assumption that they all have some alternative reactionary agenda.
The least we deserve from our countries is our civilization and our history not to be vanished, not to be abused, but to be educated and learned in our educational system. I don't want to be asked, am I a Kurd or am I an Arab in my country? Or if I say none, are you Christian? I am Christian, but that's not my identity. That's my belief, that's to myself. I want a Syrian to be one of the options. I am a Syrian and proud to be, and I want to be recognized in my own country because we are the original people of that country. The least we deserve from our country is to be recognized. And now we have two governments, Kurdistan and Iraq, and they should take the responsibility for that. Thank you.
We know how very recently the topic of ISIS brides who have yet to regret their participation in butchery is not out of the question. Why then not?
I believe they did, in fact, wind up regretting their decision to leave the U.S. and, you know, become brides of ISIS fighters.
Right.
The plight of their victims. These people do have a voice, big and small. And the least we could do is respect this in line with our standards. The only other alternative, and I'll say this again, the only other alternative is capitulation, further and further to the reactionaries who commodify their suffering. I don't make this video with the intention of bringing about more hatred towards Muslims, yet I can't help but feel disheartened by the fact that this is even assumed. There are nuances that we have to start coming to terms with that will include understanding the different power and privilege dynamics outside of the West, and how this might affect the mindset of the diaspora. Some leftists will say that this is too complicated to discuss.
And we're not about that here at Subversive History. We are all about context, nuance, complicated shit that makes you feel not good. All right? That's what we do here.
That's what we do here, yeah.
All right?
But it never stopped you before. You must be able to breach the topic of understanding both Western Islamophobia and Islamism in the Middle East, without caving into the Western reactionary narrative or allowing right-wingers to continue to fill up the void in these discussions, which they already have done, might I say, quite successfully. So it's time that we as leftists take back these narratives and rectify our ignorance on the situation. It's simply not right to ignore this problem because conservatives already talk about it. We know their intentions are not for the betterment of all, especially when it comes to the oppressed. We cannot continue to grow as a movement if we are constantly pushing other people away. So, how can you help? First, let us remove the Eurocentric understandings of race and religion from our minds, to realize how dynamics might work differently in the global south. And as with anything else, just keep up with what's going on in the region. Discuss these issues with your friends, with your family, with your comrades. Use your platform to raise awareness. Reach out and listen to these people and don't speak over them or use them as props for ideological or partisan fighting. It may feel good to say that Jesus was a brown Jewish socialist from the Middle East as a gotcha to the right-wingers, but we know that they really don't care about that. And more to the point, what are you doing right now for the Christians in that region? Organize with them. Declare statements of solidarity. Make this a part of your activism. Let them know that you're there when they need it. These are marginalized, oppressed people with real, pressing concerns. And they deserve more than just token appreciation. The left has brought about in recent times a grand spectrum of inclusivity to more and more oppressed groups. If it wishes to continue this line, then we must start strengthening ourselves and asking these difficult questions. Like I said, it's never stopped you before.
Hey everybody, thank you for watching the video, and a special thank you to everybody who supports this channel on Patreon. I cannot tell you just how important that has been over the past couple of months. You guys are great.
Hey, we got
Thank you
Patreon.
so much.
Yeah, you can actually subscribe to the Patreon at patreon.com/subversive history. So I think that's enough of that video. It's about 9:28, so I've got like another half an hour, and then I have to pull the plug.
What do you got going on? Do you mind talking about it on stream? I didn't even ask you. If you don't want to talk about it,
I've got, let me put it to you this way. My job gave me my yearly assessment after only 6 months. Doesn't sound like a year to me since my last one. And they have a ranking system between 1 and 5. And
do you think that's bad? Do you think it's bad that they're giving you that right now?
I got a 2. So, I have
Wait, like it's overall 2. Just whole just 2.
Just a 2, and you know, I'm gonna be streaming full time if I don't fucking fix shit.
Did they call you in and be like, "Yo, we got to talk about some stuff"?
Yeah, no, really. I've got 60 days to turn my 2 into a 3.
Jesus Christ!
I know.
How do you think that happened? Like, what do you think the fucking issue was? Like, that's fucking.
I know what the issue is. They gave me like a game plan and everything. They're like, just do this for the next 60 days, and then like, you know, you'll sign this paperwork that'll turn this 2 into a 3, and then you won't have to worry anymore.
So what is it? So like, you have to like get up earlier? Is that what you're saying? Like, you gotta like be like.
Yeah. I gotta be a little bit more like, you know, fucking on the ball about shit. But yeah, it's basically like, you know, they rubbed my nose in my own piss and told me if I don't start acting right, you know, there's gonna be a lot more kennel time.
God,
you
man,
know?
that sucks.
Yeah, I know. I gotta be a good golden retriever and just like do what I'm told.
What happened to that other thing where there was like that potential?
No, nothing. Look, I don't know.
I just
I don't want to go too into it, but like, look, I there's still a possibility that I'll get a call and it might happen, right? There's also a possibility that shit got torpedoed,
Do you think because of this it could have been torpedoed?
I'm hoping that it doesn't, honestly. I don't know. Either way, I'm going to keep looking,
Yeah.
I would still like to be able to, spend a little bit more time working on this stuff. And lately, like, I just haven't. But I'm gonna make it happen for you, chat. I'm gonna make it happen for you, Pat.
It's all right. Just handle what you need to handle for yourself, man.
No, I know, but like, so yeah, I don't know. There's like a lot going on. I don't know. Like, do you watch Al Jazeera at all?
Sometimes.
So I was like watching a little bit of it before, but apparently there's like a new truce going on.
Oh, that's not what I heard.
All right, what did you hear that was going on?
I heard that they just expanded here. I got a link for you. I actually have a lot of stuff that I prepared. We didn't talk about Palestine today, and I don't want to say that I'm happy about that because I'm not, but it was just interesting that we kind of went down something that we've never talked about before.
Yeah.
Like I kind of liked that. So this is what I was referring to. This came out yesterday or 2 days ago. So for all I know, things have changed by then, but you can pull this up if you want. This is what I was referring to.
Ooh, what is this?
Just read the headline.
Israel expands war to all of Gaza. Enlists largest infantry brigade for growing ground offensive. This is from December 4th at 12:54 p.m. So this is 2 days old.
Oh, you're still here. You're still here.
Well, I am literally in the process of answering that question of like, am I joining the Ummah or not, right? And I'm leaning more and more towards that I am.
For me, it's just that you're just saying things that aren't correct.
So that too. Yeah.
That's what bothers me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like it doesn't matter what I am or what I'm not. It's like, what I'm trying to be is factual, and you're just not. And that's my biggest,
you're just not.
That's my biggest issue with you. Are you Islamic? I'm curious. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really care if you are or you aren't. I'm just curious if you are. Yeah, on Khan Yunis, but they were bombing there way before they were going in. Yeah.
All right, so this is from like 9 hours ago. Do you want me to pull it up? It's on Al Jazeera English.
Yeah, please. Please do.
Has invoked his most powerful diplomatic tool to direct the Security Council to meet over Gaza. He's calling for an urgent ceasefire to avert what he calls a humanitarian catastrophe. Let's cross live to the UN in New York. We're joined now by Kristen Salumi. So, Kristen, put this in context. What does this mean?
Yes, well, we have received through diplomatic sources a copy of a letter that the Secretary General has submitted to the Security Council invoking Article 99. This is the Secretary General's equivalent of pushing the panic button. Article 99 in the UN Charter gives him the authority to call for a Security Council meeting for...
Even if Jorgi says, even if I misrepresented Islam, why does it matter? Well, we have like members of our community, beloved members of our community, some relatively new.
Fajagi, you came in here and said, I think Judaism makes more sense than Islam since you came in here with opinions that you threw out that you wanted to talk about. I don't understand why you decided to come in here and throw out your takes, and then when we responded to it, now we're the ones that are weird. Like, I didn't come up in your house and start talking about Islam. If I talk to a Nazi, I don't mind misrepresenting them that Nazis believe to make them look bad. I don't think you should even do that. You don't have to misrepresent Nazi beliefs.
You don't even have
and
to
when you
do
misrepresent Nazi beliefs, that's when you have all these people that be like, the Nazis are this, the Nazis are that. Like, you have a bunch of things, like comparisons that are actually like harmful to like real world developments. People think leftists are communists. People think these are communists. People think leftists are communists. People think leftists are not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's good to a problem with the world right now is that not enough people understand what the Nazis actually were, and you're probably contributing to that with the bullshit that you're talking about.
You know what? We're doing it. We're doing it right now. Thank you. Okay, you gave me the perfect time to bring this up. Okay, this is what we're gonna be watching. Never mind, you fucked it up. All right, this is your fault. We're bringing it up. I love this channel. Right, I've loved them since they were literally doing baiting fucking. This is GDF, or Gaddafi Official. They used to be on Instagram, and they would start off their videos with like quick like cooking like recipe tutorials. It would start off like that, and then it would transition immediately into like U.S. war crimes in Iraq.
Again, one little note, the non-combatant population in the Gaza Strip is really a non-existent term because all of the Gazans have voted for the Hamas.
Also, I have to piss.
And as we have seen on the 7th of October, most of the population in the Gaza Strip are Hamas.
Remember that the citizens of Gaza, these innocent civilians who so many people are shedding tears about, they voted for Hamas in the last election.
I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians during World War II. There are very few innocent Palestinian civilians.
It's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true.
And I don't like how people tried to differentiate between the Palestinians and Hamas. They believe the same thing. The Palestinians hire Hamas to run their government. You poll them, they all love killing Jews. It's in their charter.
There was a meme that I tweeted comparing, I think it was like the Palestinian flag to the Nazi one, which should have been a Hamas flag. I agree that they're kind of separate people.
Like, who it is?
That's really hard to say for the Gaza Strip. I don't know if that's true for Gaza.
There are a lot of people in Gaza who do not like Hamas, who are not part of Hamas.
Is that true? Because I thought my understanding is Hamas has enjoyed pretty widespread support in Gaza since 2006.
When approaching history, it's easy and convenient to otherize, dehumanize, and reduce nations of millions of people into neat little categories. It doesn't take any effort or critical thinking. It also makes people feel good about themselves and the side they support in any war. An embarrassingly naive and asinine assertion that their side is intrinsically good and the other is intrinsically bad.
Now, who does that sound like right now? Dorgy?
To take the ultimate example, comparisons to Nazi Germany abound in the lead-up to conflicts. Take Iraq. In April 2003, shortly after the invasion, CNN's senior political analyst Bill Schneider wrote in The Atlantic, "The problem in Iraq is not just Saddam Hussein, it's an entire political structure. His Ba'ath Party must be destroyed." Iraq is a police state governed by a totalitarian party, much like Hitler's Nazi Party. Further, Hitler had the SS, Saddam has his Republican Guard. When Saddam and his henchmen are gone, the Ba'ath regime will crumble, just as the Nazi Party did after Hitler's suicide in the Berlin bunker. He also quotes then Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz. It's almost like cutting off the head of the snake, and the rest of the body will go. Wolfowitz, an influential hawk who helped sway the Bush administration in favor of toppling Saddam, was obsessed with comparing Saddam to Hitler. This orientation toward Nazism would prove central to his thinking on Iraq. Again and again, he would describe Saddam Hussein and his security forces as the modern equivalent to the Gestapo. It was almost a verbal tic for him. said Thomas Ricks in his book Fiasco, if one was convinced that Saddam Hussein was the modern equivalent of Hitler, and his secret police the contemporary version of the Gestapo, then it was easy to see and portray anyone opposing his aggressive policies as the moral equivalent of Neville Chamberlain. So for years, Wolfowitz prodded the American people toward war with Iraq. So we see that this comparison has parallels in history which have spurred dire consequences. Comparing a state or a people with Nazi Germany has a powerful and compelling effect on many people. It achieves the goal of dehumanizing an entire civilian population. This is done through a presupposition which most seem to take for granted. Germany was the Nazis, and Germans were Nazis. Fascinating and important work has actually been done on public opinion in Nazi Germany, not least of which being The Germans and the Final Solution, Public Opinion Under Nazism, by David Bankier, who led the Holocaust Research Institute at Yad Vashem, the official Israeli memorial to the Shoah. The study utilized Gestapo reports, as well as reports from district governors in Prussia and Bavaria, encompassing the majority of the German population. He also scoured SD reports, as in the Siegerheitsdienst, the Nazi spy agency, and underground publications from opposition parties. Bankier showed that, with an absence of freedom of expression, it was still important to understand the opinions of the general public, in order to identify dissent. As a result, the Nazi security services conducted regular, secret reports on public opinion, called situation reports or reports on the public mood. Bankier demonstrates that the idea of a monolithic German society actually reflected the Nazi propaganda and its goal. It was 1932 when Hitler's Nazi party came to dominate the Reichstag, although only by winning...
What was it? Sheepy said,
People just having
you
fun.
know...
Everybody's having fun.
Yes, yeah, everybody's just having fun. We're all good.
I like it when everybody's having fun.
Me too.
37% of the national vote, and support only declined from then on. In contrast to this idealized state of affairs, our sources revealed that from as early as summer 1934, the euphoria which had accompanied the party's rise and ascension to power was steadily on the wane. Indeed, he reports attitudes in Germany were characterized by growing distaste for political action, unwillingness to participate in mass mobilization campaigns, and reluctance to support Nazi rallies, parades, and meetings.
The only issue is every time chat feels like being like a little funny or goofy, you know, and like, you know, having fun and stuff. It's got to be when there's like Nazi footage, you know, on the fucking screen. So then me and Pat are laughing and giggling at like what everybody's saying and doing in chat, and then like, you
It
know,
looks like we're just smiling at Nazi footage, like
right? People just have to crop the bottom half of the screen and be like, see, look.
See, look how happy they are.
I was seeing when Saddam was alive, but when he warned Haifa that he would hit it, all of the Jewish people left and the Arabs stayed, and 2 buildings got destroyed and some Arab people died.
Is Haifa a place in Iraq?
I think that's in Palestine.
Well, I know there's but I just...
Or is there a different Haifa? Or am I thinking of something else entirely?
There might be...
No, it's in Palestine? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The Haifa oil refinery massacre is, you know, what kind of kicked off the ethnic cleansing efforts of like 1947.
Right.
Indeed, official propaganda was often met with passive hostility. The Dusseldorf Gestapo station reported about the indifferent and often apathetic disposition of broad sectors of the population. Following May Day festivities in 1935, the Munster Gestapo station reported, "The public mood has considerably deteriorated in recent weeks, particularly among the local workers." The notion that all Germans underwent a process of social atomization in the Third Reich is nearer to Nazi propaganda than to historical reality. For people like Brian Mast, history is uncomplicated, and his choice of wording is revealing.
I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians.
And of course, he's not alone in his sentiment. But as we can see for ourselves, Germany was filled with scores of civilians who were not affiliated with or even agreed with the Nazi Party, and indeed belonged to other opposition parties. So by firebombing Dresden and Hamburg, one can safely assume that many of them were simply German civilians, rather than Nazi ones. We could look to these bombing campaigns of civilian areas and conclude that they did little, if anything, to end the war. Indeed, the US War Department's official study of aerial bombing after the war concluded that not cities, but industrial targets were the major success of the Allied air campaign. The importance of careful selection of targets for air attack is emphasized by the German experience. The Germans were far more concerned over attacks on one or more of their basic industries and services, their oil, chemical, or steel industries, or their power or transportation network, than they were over attacks on their armament industry or the city areas. The official British report of the air campaign shared similar, if not more candid language. The British area offensive, area bombing as in the bombing of cities, had failed both to break German morale and to stem the rise in arms production. Insofar as the offensive against German towns was designed to break the morale of the German civilian population, it clearly failed. Far from lowering essential war production, it also failed to stem a remarkable increase in the output of armaments. Not only did these needlessly savage bombings do practically nothing to end the war, we can conclude that a great many of the people killed did absolutely nothing wrong. People don't say that much, but when this is the principal justification for mechanized mass slaughter, and one accepts for argument's sake that Saddam is Hitler or Hamas are the Nazis, it should trouble you to know that Germany was not a monolith. And that brings me to the broader...
See, Georgie, you weren't here for the Great Class War. And if you were, you would know that Germany, right, had actually done a lot to stem liberalism and to stop liberalism.
Isn't the difference between Germany and Palestine? Germany has a history of Western civilization. What does it mean to have a history of Western civilization?
Where does Western civilization start?
And as a moderating force, was it a moderating force in World War I or World War II?
Right.
You know, the two world wars that Germany was like effectively like, you know, taught as a belligerent.
Would Greece be considered Western civilization?
Yeah.
Dakadoon, don't even kid like that.
That is great advice.
Don't say that because there's none up. Stop. Chill. Stop.
Nazis weren't anti-liberal and anti-Western, but non-Nazi Germans weren't.
Now you're just pulling stuff out of your ass.
Yeah.
Now you're just making shit
Also,
up.
the Nazis didn't exist in World War I, dog. Where Germany was also a belligerent.
What are you fucking talking about? Dorky, do you know who actually preserved, like, you know, Greek philosophers' writings and shit like that?
Point that more often than not, a vast population of millions of people are hardly ever a robotic hive mind entranced by a cult of personality. And in Gaza, that couldn't be further.
Finally, that's okay. That's the most okay statement that you have made since you've been here, other than fuck the monarchy. Okay? Those two things. I don't know and fuck the monarchy. All right? Anything other than that you have said has literally just been like a wet fart.
From the truth. As of the release of this video, there's an ongoing hostage situation in Gaza. I saw this headline from Ground News. Hamas says it will delay next hostage releases over Gaza aid dispute. In very subtle ways, headlines can be tweaked to convey certain narratives. Luckily, Ground News actually provides all the articles in one place and shows additional context on where
he's really selling me on Ground News.
They don't pay me to do it, but I use that Ground News.
I want to
get.
Now,
if you're watching Ground News, we cover a lot of political content here. You can definitely sponsor us. We will accept that money.
I think should we just like reach out to them?
Maybe we should just start doing it. Maybe we should just do it and then send them videos of it.
News is coming from so we can compare coverage and see the full story. This story has been picked up all over the world. In fact, there's been over 70 articles published, and the coverage is skewed to the right. More than half of these articles are coming from mixed factuality sources, telling me there's likely to be some subjective and sensationalized coverage. Looking closer at the headlines, we can see many of these sources emphasizing the delay in releasing the hostages. Some sources cite the logistical challenges leading to a delay, claiming a dispute over allowing aid trucks into Gaza as part of the agreement. I've been following their timeline on the Israel-Palestine conflict to see how media coverage differs depending on political affiliation. I think what Ground News is doing is really important, and I encourage you to check it out. Go to ground.news/GDF, subscribe through my link for less than $1 a month, or take advantage of their biggest discount of the year, 40% off their Vantage plan for unlimited access, which is...
Bro, Germany didn't exist before 1871.
Right.
So Germany only existed for about 40 years before World War I.
Whereas
What
Palestine...
do you mean by a long history? What do you mean by a long history? When did Germany... Why don't you Google, when did Germany become a nation? Germany didn't even fucking exist.
You just keep letting off these like long, wet farts, and it's just... nobody's liking it.
what I have. Get access to data-driven information and support my channel in the meantime. We're all well aware now that in 2006, parliamentary elections were held in Gaza. Hamas was voted into power. To outsiders, it is easy to assume that this was an endorsement by the populace of Hamas's founding charter, their anti-Semitism, their fanatical ideology and politics. Hamas had, after all, up to this point, engaged in violent terrorist attacks on Israelis, including the use of suicide bombings on non-military targets.
Which chat, if you're tuning in on Tuesdays, Pat, right, is currently going over a book by the Norman Finkelstein, right? And he's been trying to tell all of you about this information in far greater depth.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Reality, however, the election results are better framed as a rebuke of the previous authority, Fatah.
Nobody wants to hang out with me on Tuesdays. Nobody likes me on Tuesdays.
Chat, you got to prove him wrong now.
In fact, opinion on the Fatah-led Palestinian Authority in Gaza and the West Bank both dropped dramatically year after year leading up to 2006. According to studies by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, in 2001, 74% of Palestinians believed that the Palestinian Authority was corrupt. By 2003, it was 81%. By the end of 2005, that number was 86%, the better part of the entire population. They were right.
No, I feel you're right.
By 2006, 60% of the Palestinian Authority's budget was devoted to salaries. The Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research duly initiated an exit poll following the election, where they observed that...
Yesterday was 8 p.m. Yesterday I went on at 8 p.m. because I went to jiu-jitsu first. Oh, thank you, Wilco. That would be so nice. We were watching the Bomber Guy, Pat. I know Bomber Guy is really important. You know, I want to make sure that, you know, that you guys get your Bomber Guy content. I'm just talking about Gaza. It's not nearly important.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you. No one should have to feel bad about not being in the stream. Everybody should be able to be in the stream that they are most happy in being in. No one has done anything. Nobody has done anything to betray me. I love all of you, and it's no one's fault but my own irrational emotions that are to blame here, okay? So please don't take my words seriously.
This process and a greater public complaint of corruption and chaos gave Hamas a limited advantage over Fatah, but fragmentation within Fatah turned that advantage into an overwhelming victory. This poll is very informative, listing in detail the reasons why Hamas won. The results of the exit poll clearly show that Hamas's victory in the legislative elections was due to three factors. Number one, the peace process is no longer at the top of people's priorities.
That's not true, Dakadoon. We do it all the time, and we never make money from it.
Yeah.
Findings show that only a small minority of voters considered the peace process to be a top Palestinian priority. Voters saw the peace process deadlocked with little or no chance of revitalization. This outcome should not, however, be interpreted as indicating a decline in the level of support for Israeli-Palestinian peace. Indeed, exit poll results clearly indicate that a clear majority of Fatah supporters, as well as the combined voters of all other nationalist lists,
Dude, we
as well
plagiarize.
as
We plagiarize books all the time. I read an almost entire book. I don't know how legal it is to read 90% of a book on stream. But we do it, okay? I don't know if that's legal. I don't know if that's copyright infringement. But we do
it is. All right, there's commentary in there. All right.
Third of Hamas voters support the basic elements of the peace process, such as the two-state solution.
Oh wow! Let's repeat
Number
that one more
the
time.
basic other nationalist lists, as well as 1/3 of Hamas voters support the basic elements of the peace process, such as the two-state solution. Number 2, findings depict a widespread voter disillusionment with PA governance, particularly in areas of fighting corruption and enforcing law and order. These two issues were the top priorities of the public.
One more
and
time.
Enforcing disillusionment with PA governance, particularly in areas of fighting corruption and enforcing law and order. These two issues were the top priorities of the public. Moreover, voters have lost confidence in the ability of Fatah to lead state building in these two areas. The success of Hamas in elevating the status of corruption and lawlessness to top priorities constituted a magnificent achievement ensuring its victory in the elections. And number 3, Hamas's success would have...
20%. That's
Yeah, it's only 20.
20%. That's all we keep it strictly to 20.
Yeah, it's not like we're going to like the back of the book and then reading like, you know, the what is that thing called where it's just like all the terms used and stuff, the index or whatever.
Read notes. It depends on the format of the book, what they put in the back.
Whatever. The point is we're definitely not reading above 20%.
Remained relatively small had it not been for Fatah's widespread fragmentation in the electoral districts. In fact, Hamas did not succeed in winning the support of the majority of the voters. To the contrary, the majority vote went to Fatah and other nationalist secularist groups, which together won 56% of the popular vote versus Hamas's 44%. Another enlightening resource is an article by Angela Stevens for worldpublicopinion.org, a site managed by the Program for Public Consultation of the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. Stevens writes, new polling following the election indicates that 2/3 of Palestinians, or 63%, believe Hamas should change its policy of rejecting Israel's right to exist. Most also support a two-state solution. Post-election polls indicate that Hamas's victory is due largely to Palestinians' desire to end corruption in government rather than support for the organization's political platform. Even among those who voted for Hamas, only 37% support Hamas's position that Israel does not have the right to exist. Fighting corruption was cited as the most important priority for the new government by 30% of respondents, more than any other priority. The extent of the problem was highlighted earlier this month when the Palestinian Authority Attorney General announced that some $700 million had been stolen from the authority's coffers. 2/3, 65%, said they believe corruption will decrease under a Hamas-led government. One interesting and perhaps overlooked detail was voter regret. Only 41% said that they would vote for Hamas if the election were held again, down from the 45% who voted for Hamas. This suggests that rather than consolidating their position with the Palestinian electorate, some may now be feeling uneasy about the outcome, suggesting that some may have voted for Hamas as a kind of protest vote rather than out of a desire or expectation that Hamas would win. Indeed, 74% of those polled did not expect Hamas's overwhelming victory. Stevens cites a poll from the Jerusalem Media and Communication Center, which provides the most compelling data with regard to the reasons why Palestinians voted for Hamas.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, like the masks, right? Like how they're like the eyes cut out for the eyes and everything, and how like it doesn't do like the pointy thing, right? You know, like it just looks.
They do a good job on the masks.
They do a good job.
We can all admit it.
It's a pretty, you know,
it's a good mask system.
The aesthetic is there, you know.
Most compelling data with regard to the reasons why Palestinians voted for Hamas. When asked why they chose Hamas, the highest ratio, 43%, of Palestinians who voted for Hamas said they did so with the hope of ending corruption. Only 18% voted for Hamas for religious reasons, and only 11% voted for Hamas because of its political agenda. It's very eerie that literally on the eve of the October 7th attacks, surveys were being conducted on public opinion in the Palestinian territories. In fact, between September 28th and October 6th, interviews were carried out in Gaza in a study compiled by Arab Barometer in collaboration with Foreign Affairs magazine, the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research, with funding from the National Endowment for Democracy. Foreign Affairs characterized the project as the longest-running and most comprehensive public opinion project in the region. Arab Barometer has run 8 waves of surveys covering 16 countries in the Middle East and North Africa since 2006. The results of the latest survey were first published exclusively by Foreign Affairs. The argument that the entire population of Gaza can be held responsible for Hamas's actions is quickly discredited when one looks at the facts. Rather than supporting Hamas, the vast majority of Gazans have been frustrated with the armed group's ineffective governance as they endure extreme economic hardships. Most Gazans do not align themselves with Hamas's ideology either. Unlike Hamas, whose goal is to destroy the Israeli state, the majority of survey respondents favored a two-state solution with an independent Palestine and Israel existing side by side. The survey's findings reveal that Gazans had very little confidence in their Hamas-led government. Asked to identify the amount of trust they had in the Hamas authorities, a plurality of respondents said they had no trust at all. Not a lot of trust was the second most common response at 23%. Only 29% of Gazans expressed either a great deal or quite a lot of trust in their government. Tragically, Gazans' desperate hopes for a reduction in corruption has been met with extraordinary disappointment, as 72% said there was a large or medium amount of corruption.
Yeah, right. You have a point in stating the state not to unalive, all of the Israeli citizens, right? Which, I think Hamas has come out a number of times, or at least representatives of Hamas, to reiterate that fact that it's like their issue is with the state.
We got a first-time chatter. Most Gazans support Hamas and have zero hope for a two-state solution. They know it's not a solution. Do you have a source for that?
Because this guy's giving us sources and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if you listened to a single word that's being said here or any of this that was being read. It seems like you're either didn't listen or choosing not to listen.
Right. I know you only literally got onto this platform an hour ago, but
yeah, I know you're new to Twitch and all. I know you just had to make a Twitch a Twitch profile for your hot takes.
Right.
Given the low opinion most Gazans hold for their government, it was unsurprising that their disapproval extends to Hamas as a political party. Just 27% of respondents selected Hamas as their preferred party, slightly less than the proportion who favored.
Did we ban him?
Ban who?
Fedorgi?
I didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I heard. They said it's his new account. Maybe he did his own. Maybe he did it on his own because he knew he embarrassed himself too much on the other account. So he's like,
I looked like a fucking idiot.
Let me start over.
Fatah, the party that is led by Abbas and that governs the West Bank.
Let me go back to that real quick.
Then the respondents selected Hamas as their preferred party, slightly less than the proportion who favored Fatah, the party that is led by Abbas.
Why are you so hurt by the take? I'm not hurt by it. I just want to know where the fuck you heard it from. We're literally have a bunch of sources in front of us that are fucking directly opposite of what you're saying, and you're just coming out of the blue. Bring me a source. Let me see it. I want to see where you got it from. Why are you so defensive when I ask you for a source?
Slightly less.
Are you afraid of the truth? Here, matter of fact, I'll hit you with a source real quick. I got some sources laying around. Johnny, why don't you check this out?
How the fuck did it?
What happened?
I'm trying to pause the goddamn. This is the one. This is the one where I get it. Okay. All right, so that's Arab Barometer. All right, go on. What were you saying?
Hold on, Johnny.
Because this is from 2023.
I know, but I'm also just saying this.
Also, this one, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, is like based out of Syria, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, here's another one. This one's from the United States, which, I know that people like to criticize Hamas. I mean, and there's plenty of good reason to criticize Hamas, but also this is from a U.S. institution. So, I mean, like it's kind of helpful to hear it from both sides.
Yeah, it's helpful to hear from the U.S. I mean, you would say
Bro,
that.
just give me one. You said there's many sources. Just give me one.
just one.
Why are you being so fickle about it?
And I mean, you would trust the United States Institute of Peace, right? I would not.
For what?
It's not really like a party. But it's based out of Syria anyways. I mean, not that like, Hamas or like Fatah or any of these other parties are also based out of, neighboring countries a lot of the times, but okay, show us that what you said.
Yeah, give me one. Like, link it, dude. It's not that fucking hard. Oh.
You said most Gazans support Hamas and have zero hope for a two-state solution. They know it's not a solution, even though we literally just watched it.
Donnie, why don't you read this right here? Why don't you read this literal source that I have right in front of us?
Right.
That's from a United States institution.
Okay.
Go down to the summary. Go down to the summary.
Summary. Okay. Although peaceful coexistence between Israel and Hamas is clearly not possible under the formulations that comprise Hamas's 1988 charter, Hamas has, in practice, moved well beyond its charter because it's been like 35 fucking years. Indeed, Hamas has been carefully and consciously adjusting its political program for years and has sent repeated signals that it may be ready to begin a process of coexisting with Israel.
I mean, that's really the most important part. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's essentially a recognition of a two-state solution from Hamas. From the Western institution. This isn't even from, Iran or any of those scary countries.
And Zero Durgan, that's not even what you originally claimed. So now you're just changing what you said. Or are you just, I don't know, stating random things when asked for any source on any of the things that you just said?
From a U.S. institution that makes it trustworthy, the U.S. supports Israel and has made up various lies alongside Israel. Beheaded babies, baked babies, sexual assaults. So the reasoning is that United States slanders Hamas regularly. So from a Western institution, saying the opposite of that slander lends an interesting level of credence to it. Because you can find tons of like leftist or international shit that'll say various things, but
it is literally an inconvenience to a U.S. narrative to have to say these things like, as evidenced by numerous statements, Hamas is not hostile to Jewish people because of religion. Rather, Hamas's view towards Israel is based on fundamental belief that Israel has occupied land that is inherently Palestinian and is Islamic.
Wait, and go back to the video. Isn't the video literally showing a chart that is showing that
from Arab Barometer, right? From 2023, showing that Fatah is actually like more popular than Hamas, and that like they've literally gone at length showing sources, right, where they're getting their information from as to why people even voted for Hamas in the most recent election that they won as a protest vote, and numerous polling data from this Arab Barometer that states that most people did not expect them to win and that probably wouldn't vote for them again.
And not only that, like throughout the 90s, like Hamas was not a popular political party.
No.
I mean, probably until it started getting more funding from Israel and like propping up from Israel, so that the more moderate alternatives could lose power. And then, there was essentially like an election forced upon the Gaza Strip.
And you're right, Lord Hemmel. The most recent election was 2006.
Yeah.
So, what are we at? 2023? That's
what are we at?
carry the one, and that's, I don't even know how many years, close to a decade, over a decade. I don't remember. Yeah, we're over a decade. What am I talking about? Whatever. I'm gonna continue the fucking video.
All right, please continue.
Fucking asshole, dumbass, and fucking spouting off a bunch of dumb shit. Can't even back their point up.
Abbas, and that governs the West Bank. Leadership style is not the only thing that Gazans find objectionable about Hamas. By and large, Gazans do not share Hamas's goal of eliminating the State of Israel. Overall, 73% of Gazans favored a peaceful settlement to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. On the eve of Hamas's October 7th attack, just 20% of Gazans favored a military solution that could result in the destruction of the State of Israel. In conclusion, as seen in the single most important takeaway from the survey results, Hamas won 44.5% of the Palestinian vote in parliamentary elections in 2006. But support for the group plummeted after a military conflict between Hamas and Fatah in June 2007 ended in Hamas's takeover of Gaza. In a poll conducted by the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research in December 2007, just 24% of Gazans expressed favorable attitudes toward Hamas. Over the next few years, as Israel tightened its blockade of Gaza and ordinary Gazans felt the effects, approval of Hamas increased, reaching about 40% in 2010. Israel partially eased the blockade the same year, and Hamas's support in Gaza leveled off before declining to 35% in 2014. In periods when Israel cracks down on Gaza, Hamas's hardline ideology seems to hold greater appeal for Gazans.
Man, I wonder why.
Thus, rather than moving the Israelis and Palestinians toward a peaceful solution, Israeli policies that inflict pain on Gaza in the name of rooting out Hamas are likely to perpetuate the cycle of violence. As we can clearly see, support for Hamas governance initially reached a euphoric peak with the 2006 election, motivated by Fatah corruption and promises for social reforms. Hamas...
Oh, Lance Boss, I completely understand what you are saying and why you would hate Mahmoud Abbas. Like, they literally have done nothing. The UN has literally had to step in, and the US is even trying to state that, like, visa restrictions should be put upon, like, you know, the settlers in the West Bank that continue to murder innocent civilians and Palestinians that are just trying to farm their fucking olive trees.
Staged a compelling campaign based on an agenda of economic transparency and welfare programs for the poor. This support, which was hopeful and wary from the start, waned considerably over time until it was somewhat abysmal. The people of Gaza are very clearly and importantly not Hamas. Hey everyone, thanks so much for watching, and if you found this video helpful, here's how you can help. If you're watching on Twitter, give me a follow.
So yeah, follow GDF on the Twit app. I'm sure he's got like a fucking Patreon and stuff. But
Georgie, yeah, theoretically, genocide will always get rid of a particular people. You are correct. Just like the Nazis. You know the ones that you were saying.
Right.
You know the Nazis that you were saying were illiberal and anti-Western.
Right.
Like ones that wanted to do settler colonial genocide.
Right.
You can do exactly like they did.
Right.
And you could genocide someone.
Man, it's not like we have Nazis around today, right, Pat?
Why wouldn't there be Nazis? I don't understand how that is to do.
No, it's just like, flatten Germany and then you'll get rid of like all of the Nazis. Right?
Well, I was just saying that as the German, kind of strategy,
If Gaza and the non-Jewish region of the West Bank were flattened like a parking lot, that would be one way to end Hamas. So, Dorgy, do you support the genocide of the Palestinian Christians as well?
I'm sure flattening Germany would be wrong in your view. I'm sure that would be very upsetting to your sensibilities. Your white sensibilities and potentially... I just assumed you were white. Maybe you're not. I don't know. I definitely assumed your color there.
While the offensive in Gaza intensifies, Israeli soldiers have been raiding towns and cities in the occupied West Bank. Areas near Bethlehem and Jenin have been targeted once again. A young man was killed in the Kalandia refugee camp in northern Jerusalem and his brother arrested. Bulldozers have destroyed roads there, pavements and water supply lines in Jenin. Nida Ibrahim is live for us in Bethlehem. And Nida, perhaps you can give us a bit more detail on what's been going on, these ongoing raids, pressure relentless in the occupied West Bank.
You know, as many analysts would suggest that Israel is not interested in opening another front here in the occupied West Bank, people on the ground are telling you that this intensive use of violence against Palestinians during these raids that never seem to be ending in different places across the occupied West Bank is only making tension brew. You know, the 25-year-old who has been killed in the Qalandia refugee camp, who is, by the way, the second to be killed in 24 hours in the same place in Qalandia. He was behind a door that the Israelis have detonated to enter inside and arrest his brother. Talk about the feelings of injustice, the feeling of pain amongst those families who are losing their loved ones. All in all, across the occupied West Bank, we're talking about more than 40 Palestinians who have been arrested as a result of those raids. They are intensifying, but also there is something that we've been seeing happening sporadically, now is becoming more of like a policy, detaining family members in order to get people to hand themselves over to the Israeli forces. So when they go to a house or to a city and they don't find someone, they arrest their relatives and then pressuring them to hand themselves in. This is the case that we're seeing across the occupied West Bank, and those raids have also happened here where I am in Bethlehem. You know, this city around this time usually celebrates Christmas, usually is festive. You know, but this year, all Christmas celebrations have been cancelled. And I want to show you a little bit from in front of the Lutheran church here in Bethlehem, where the pastor and some of the Christian families have decided to mark Christmas in a different way. Instead of having a Christmas tree that is decorated with ornaments, we're seeing baby Jesus wrapped in a kofiyeh, Palestinian kofiyeh, and is placed in a manger under the rubble. We'll talk a little bit more about that with Pastor Mudar Ishaq at the Lutheran Church. What's the idea behind having Jesus under the rubble instead of a Christmas tree?
Christmas celebrations are cancelled this year in Bethlehem for obvious reasons. It's impossible to celebrate when there is a massacre, a genocide taking place in Gaza with our people. And so the idea was to send a message to the world first, but also to ourselves.
In the West Bank.
Okay, yeah.
And this was, I think, earlier today. One day ago,
Baby Jesus, do you denounce Hamas?
Huh? Do you?
A message to the world that this is what Christmas looks like in Palestine. This is what Christmas looks like in Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus. Children being pulled from under the rubble, families being displaced with their homes destroyed. And while the world is celebrating Christmas, at the birthplace of Jesus, this is what Christmas looks like.
This is usually a season for celebrations and also a season for hope. Is there hope left?
We have hope in our faith. We have hope. The Christmas story actually gives us hope in the fact that Jesus was born among the occupied. This is what happened 2,000 years ago. And so going back to this
terrorist to the manger.
manger setting, it tells us that baby Jesus is in solidarity with those who are suffering, with those who are oppressed. So in this Christmas, we find our only source of hope is our faith in a just God and in our solidarity with one another. And I hope that this message gets to the world, that we are united in Palestine. And sadly, right now, we are united in our pain.
There's so much detail going on here at building this manger. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you placed the manger and all those details?
Yeah, the image basically came from what we see on our screens, children being pulled out of the rubble. And people coming and searching under the rubble to find any sign of life, any sign of hope. These images have broken us, and we wanted to bring them to the church. And usually, a typical manger would have baby Jesus in the middle, and then the Holy Family, the shepherds and the Magi's surrounding him. But this time around, we thought of all these characters in the baby, in the gospel narrative, in the Christmas narrative, being around the house as if they are searching for Jesus, as if they are trying to find him in the midst of the rubble with dust all over them. Again, we want to bring the Christmas story, make it real in our context today. And I think if Jesus is to be born today, he would be born under the rubble in Gaza with those who are suffering. And the Magi's and the shepherds would come and search for Jesus in the midst of the rubble of a destroyed house, as we see today.
Thank you so much, Pastor Mundar Ishaq of the Lutheran Church. He was just telling me earlier that while...
Oh, by the way, last boss, I meant to respond to your comment earlier about your documentary. We actually read most of the book of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and we actually did cover a little bit of what I believe was it King Hussein? I thought it was King Abdullah.
Yeah.
What was that?
There was more than one Jordanian king. King Hussein
True.
was his...
Right. So you know what? Yeah, whisper it to us, and you know what? We'll try and play it sometime this coming week.
For the record, when we went over Killing Hope, we did an area, and King Hussein was actually Abdullah is the father, Hussein is the son, correct?
Right.
But when we actually covered Killing Hope, we actually did a portion of it about Syria, like CIA operations in Syria and Lebanon. And I learned that Hussein was quite the friend of the United States. And Abdullah was also a friend of the British. Yeah, there was a lot of collaboration with the Hashemite dynasty of Jordan with the West. I'm pretty sure it's like a 40-minute Al Jazeera documentary. Is that the one that you're going to share? The one from Al Jazeera? We may have watched that.
The celebrations of Christmas have been canceled.
It's always good to watch again. I don't think we're going to have time tonight because Johnny has to get to bed, but maybe on Friday, depending on what's going on, if you want to hang out on Friday.
So, you know, I'm just going to end this video here. You all get it. Christmas has been canceled, y'all. You know, should have done better. All right.
Yeah.
So I hope you enjoyed tonight. I know I did, as I always do. Right. We didn't hit the sub goal, but you know, I don't know. Maybe I just need to make the sub goal easier to read, and maybe that'll make people want to sub more or something.
We're just not good enough, dude.
Yeah, I thought like making it being more progressive and rebranding as Subversive Her Story, right? Would make it better. That like, Mrs. Dialectically, identifies as a feminist, and that's like her most hated form of like political discourses. It's not his story, it's her story. Like, yeah, she wants to just punch a fucking hole through the wall every time. So, gonna play this out, for a little bit, and figure out for all of you, right? Who do you want to fucking raid?
Exercise your democracy. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it. Yeah, it looks like LFD is still going. Actually, we could probably just raid Marcus.
We're just gonna raid Marcus?
I don't know. I guess we can do a poll.
Nah, fuck it.
I think there was a debate. There was like some kind of a debate, Republican debate was on.
Is that what was happening tonight?
Yeah, apparently.
You know I don't follow politics. Yeah, if this singer is the right one that I'm thinking of, this is the dude that like literally had to like climb a gate, you know, and then like beg to get like, you know, an audition on like what is it, like what the show is called, but it's pretty much like America's Got Talent or like American Idol, you know, but instead it's like for Arab Idol, that's it. And yeah, the dude like begged, and another dude just like gave him his like number and was like, here, you can take my spot. And yeah, now his song is like viral about like, you know, the song is just basically about being Palestinian and stuff, and I just think it's a very like, you know, heartwarming story. Do we know Ravana? I think we do. We'll have to raid her next time. But, you know, lost salam out there. Stay strong. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And, you know, we'll see you soon. All right?